Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we are off and running on a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Time to wake up with us as we are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, jam-packed Monday night football to talk about. Bills and the Falcons, Commanders and the Bears here in D.C. We'll also talk about Game 2 of the ALCS, Game 1 of the NLCS. Plus, it's a Take Tuesday with D-Day and Double D dropping their hottest takes coming up at 6:40. And it's a Teaser Tuesday as well. Excited to hear what Chelsea has to say and what she's thinking about this week. Chelsea, good morning to you. What's happening?
Yeah, good morning. Coming off an elite Monday night where the split screen was working triple. It just feels like one of those times a year where you don't even know where to look. Because you were, I don't want to say complaining, but bringing up this fact yesterday is that when we have a doubleheader on Monday night, it's difficult to choose a broadcast. Like for you, obviously, you're going to watch the Commanders. But for me, it's all about timing. It's like, okay, this one's at halftime. We're going to go to this one. Oh, this one's in a commercial break. Time to change the audio to the baseball game. So it's definitely like a game in itself. Although I am just sitting on the couch. I understand other people are doing more heavy lifting. But it's a good problem to have.
I was locked into the Commanders. And then I decided I would go to bed early. But I was still watching on my phone. Just bated breath.
You sure about that?
Brutal. I've got like
that
2
never
hours
works,
sleep.
Jenks.
Oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. And I thought, well, I'll be tired, but it's okay. I'll come in after a dub. So it's all right, I'll drink the coffee. It'll be fine. And now it's just I'm tired and sad. So was your Texas Roadhouse good? That'll make me feel better. I live vicariously for you.
Yeah, the second round was good. So, Jenks, maybe do yourself a favor. I don't know if they have Texas Roadhouse there. They probably don't. But if they do, order yourself the family feast because you deserve it, buddy, for staying up late. And I was going to say, it's even worse when you have a bet riding online, and that loses too.
It's just like one kick in the pants after the other. I'm like, and the bet lost, and my team lost, and I had an 0 for 9, and I'm tired. And then I thought, well, at least Chelsea got that family pack. That sounds pretty good. So let's talk about our bets here before we get into. We got a busy night to recap before we get into your Teaser Tuesday coming up later. Can't wait to hear from Double D and D-Day as well. So let's get her started.
Yeah, there's nothing better than starting the day with a daytime bet that loses in like the second inning. So we had the first 5 under 4 in the Mariners and Blue Jays, and the Mariners led 6-3. We finally saw some semblance of offense between these two teams, and maybe that's what the numbers suggested because during the last month of the season, the Mariners had the best offense across the board in all of baseball. But, here's why I played it. It looked to be the best pitching matchup of the entire series. Logan Gilbert had been absolutely shoving. Same goes for Trey Savage. I even thought that, the Blue Jays had an advantage for the fact that the Mariners had not seen him because he'd only pitched a few games, and he's coming off 11 strikeout performance against the Yankees in the Bronx. I did not think the spotlight was going to be too bright for him, but we saw a ton of runs in that game. As for the Dodgers in the first 5 money line, I feel like at least in this one, our handicap was correct. We just did not get the result that we wanted because the Dodgers decided to wait until the 6th inning to score a run. But as we predicted, Blake Snell absolutely shoved. But this game was tied at 0. So first 5 money line is a push for the Dodgers.
I was on both of those. Also had Bill Krosky-Merritt, 50-plus rushing yards. That comes home. And Commanders money line, minus 130. So the Commanders had it. They fumbled it away. We'll get to that game. So 0-2-1 for me to start the week. I got some work to do for the remainder of the week. As for the Donkster, had the Dodgers in the money line. Donkster's been on a run. So, early on, you're 0-1-1. I'm 0-2-1. And the Donkster 1-0 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Tuesday morning, regardless of whether your team's won or lost. We'll get through it together. And we began in Atlanta, where the Falcons stunned the Bills. 24-14 Falcons getting 4 points. The Falcons plus 180 total set at 50 the under hits. And what a performance from Bijan Robinson.
A 1st and 5. Robinson off the right side, breaks free. Bijan Robinson spinning down the sideline, still going. Can they catch him? They cannot. Touchdown, Falcons, 81 yards.
Chris Fowler on ESPN. Bijan, a career-high 170 yards on the ground, makes 6 catches for a career-high 68 yards. So, all in all, 238 yards from scrimmage, also a personal best. Drake London, 10 catches, 158 yards and a score. And how about the Falcons' defense? Frustrating Josh Allen as the reigning MVP goes only 15 of 26, 180 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Chelsea, the Bills have lost 2 straight. The Patriots have the lead in the AFC East.
And the Patriots actually look like they're playing good football, and they get to play my Titans next. So it feels like an automatic dub for them. As for the Falcons, they had a couple weeks to prepare for this game, and it showed. This shows that Raheem Morris is a good head coach. Like, this is what you expect from good head coaches, is that they take that extra time and they game plan. And I understand Josh Allen is a huge challenge to defend. And honestly, I wasn't sure if the Falcons could do it because coming into this game, the Falcons had all these great defensive numbers when it came to defending the pass, but they hadn't really faced somebody like Josh Allen before. So this was a true test for the Falcons to show if this defense was for real, and they absolutely answered the call. As for the Bills, we knew they already had problems defending the run, but you can't give up a $170 to Bijan Robinson. I understand Bijan Robinson's a really good player. Even after the game, Raheem Morris said that Bijan Robinson is the best player in the NFL. I don't know about that, but I would say he's probably in the top 10. But the defensive problems have always been there for the Bills. They have not been good at stopping the run, but the offense usually is the consistent part. And we have seen real problems over the last 2 games.
Yeah, the Bills have some work to do, and Sean McDermott said as much after the game, said we're going to use the bye week as a reset, and they really need to. Josh Allen now has 3 picks in his previous 4 games. And then the Bills defense, which has kind of been a question mark all year. Can the Bills overcome what is probably their biggest weakness? They allowed 335 yards in the first 2 quarters alone. And this is a good Falcons offense, which can carve you up, especially with the extra time. The one thing about the Falcons is they've always had the individual parts, but they've never quite been able to sort of put it together where they're explosive on a regular basis. They were great last night where everyone was just feasting. And now Buffalo looks like a team that kind of, just like Sean McDermott said, we've got to reset because the last 2 weeks haven't inspired a lot of confidence. And if you look at the early season results for Buffalo, they beat up on some bad teams. So, here we are, week 6 in the books finally. And now there's some question marks about the Super Bowl favorite.
Oh, absolutely. But to be fair, don't we have questions about everybody in the NFL this year? It just feels like there is no team that is flawless. And sometimes it's just going to be like that in the NFL because there is a ton of parity. I'll say this, if you do like the Bills, maybe you could get some value on them because I think they were like maybe 4-1 yesterday to win the Super Bowl. Now they're up to 6-1. They are still your favorites, the Chiefs plus 650. But maybe you can get some value on them. But I will say this, the Patriots are trending at the right time, and I feel like that division is far from won by the Bills.
No, it's going to be a battle now. And, it's one thing to have weaknesses, but the Bills suddenly, just out of nowhere, look like they have some serious issues that they've got to rectify. Fortunately for them, they have a bye week coming up. The Falcons visit the Niners on Sunday Night Football. Right here in D.C., the Bears edge the Commanders 25-24. The Bears getting 5.5. Bears 2-1 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. So the under hits by a half point. Last year, Washington won this game against the Bears with a Hail Mary. Not on a rainy Monday night. DeAndre Swift terrorizes the Commanders. 14 carries, 108 yards on the ground. Catches 2 passes for 57 yards. Washington with a chance to win this game. Just more than 3 minutes to play, leading 24-22, but on a 3rd and 1, slippery football. Jaden Daniels can't secure the snap when trying to hand off to Bill Krosky-Merritt, so it is a fumble. The Bears take over, they drive down the field, and it leads to this.
Snap a bit high, kick is good, and the Bears win it. Jake Moody, a hero tonight.
He certainly was. Caleb Williams throws for 252 yards and a score. And the Commanders' defense, if we're talking about defenses that have work to do, the Washington defense gave up a lot of yardage on the ground, some big plays when they shouldn't have. And also, this is a real heartbreaker because if the Commanders convert that 3rd and 1 with just more than 3 minutes to play, they probably go on to win this game. Instead, the field flipped and they take the L.
Yeah, but I feel like we need to talk about the Bears for a second because I feel like now the takeaway for me is that the Bears are no longer a soft football team. Wasn't that kind of the case last year where it felt like if anything went wrong, this was a team that could not recover? Now you see Caleb Williams really locking in the final minutes of games because it's been back-to-back weeks with close finishes for the Bears, and they don't just pee down their legs. So last year we saw this game, signal a downturn for the Bears. And now it truly feels like we are feeling the presence of Ben Johnson as head coach, and the culture's starting to change for the Bears. So I think it's if you're a Bears fan, it feels like for the first time in a while that you have something good to look forward to on the horizon. I understand people were super excited about Caleb Williams last year, but it just felt like a team that had some parts. But like you said about the Falcons, they hadn't just put it all together, and they didn't feel very resilient. Now this feels like a Bears team that can win football games in the final 2 minutes.
The interesting thing about the Bears is sort of the progression of Caleb Williams, because when you talk about the tools on that offense, okay, they have DeAndre Swift, and then they have a guy like Cole Kmet at tight end. They have DJ Moore-Romadunze. So there are definitely talented, athletic players on that offense, but why haven't they been able to reach that potential? And generally it's because Caleb Williams has always tried to do too much, right? It's like Tom Brady says, greatness is boring. Sometimes you have to do the little things, and then you step up and you make that Superman play. You show off that big arm when you need it. And Caleb Williams early in his career tried to make every play with his arm, and sometimes his feet wouldn't be set, wouldn't get down the field the way he needed to because he was trying to win every game simply with his arm. And he could do that in high school. He could do that in college. You can't necessarily do that in the NFL. And that's the one imprint I feel like Ben Johnson has put on Caleb Williams, which is you don't have to do it all on every play. When it's your time, when you need to make a play, you've got the talent to do it. You just kind of have to put the governor on yourself and sort of be judicious. And I feel like we're seeing more and more of that from Caleb Williams, where he's not making those egregious mistakes trying to throw it down the field.
Right, and that just comes with learning. And last year, he was a rookie, so it's going to take some time for him to learn that. But for me, it feels like the culture is different as well, because wasn't it in the Commanders game last year where they had like these egregious penalties from other guys that kept the game in play? So like it feels like we don't see that anymore from the Bears. And like maybe it's, it's only October. I'm sure they could, pee down their legs if they really wanted to later in the season. But it just feels like it's a more disciplined team.
Well, if you're talking about egregious, how about everything we've seen from the Titans this season? They finally made a move yesterday. Your Titans.
I wasn't ready for that.
Everybody's getting an L this morning. I don't care how it comes. Titans fire head coach Brian Callahan. I mean, we sort of knew this was coming, right? His NFL tenure ends with a record of 4-19. Titans go 1-5 this season, losing by an average of a little more than 15 points per game. What I loved about this is Adam Schefter, when he tweeted it, normally there's some sort of context, and here it was so expected. He was like, Titans fired Brian Callahan. Just move along. He's done.
We knew this was coming. Like, he was not doing a good job, and I think the worst thing was the Titans were not improving. And last year you could point at Will Levis and be like, Will Levis is terrible. Now you have Cam Ward, who actually shows signs of possibly being a good quarterback, and now we're driving him into the ground. And you have a coach that doesn't know the rules of the game. Like, in back-to-back games, when you don't know the basic rules of football, you should not be a head coach in this league. And I also feel like the Titans did not want to be curb stomped by Mike Vrabel next week with Brian Callahan, like actually the head coach. They want to say, oh, well, we had an interim head coach. It's a rebuilding time for us, because we all know the curb stomping is absolutely coming next week.
Who are they going to hire? Who are they going to bring in to lead this Titans team? You listen to a lot of sports radio. Have they bandied about any names yet? Or is it just, well, we'll promote someone on an interim basis. We'll kind of see how it goes. We'll do a full coaching search. I haven't heard anything. It's sort of a wasteland right now. And as you know, the Titans have made a lot of moves in their front office with their head coaches. So there's been a lot of moving parts. It's not exactly the most attractive job right now. Got Cam Ward, though.
Well, the thing is, they didn't even name an interim until hours after they announced the firing. So I feel like the Titans don't even know.
They probably
They're like,
don't.
guess we'll look.
Who are we going to hire? I don't know. I mean, we got a whole season. We'll figure it out. Going next on the show, how about some baseball? The Mariners taking a commanding lead in the ALCS, plus the Dodgers and Brewers begin the NLCS in Milwaukee. Baseball coming up next on the Daily Tip. Good morning to you here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back on my God, look at my voice. We're back on a Tuesday. Welcome back. That's what happens when you have 2 hours sleep. Team loses the stroke of midnight. Coming up on the show, the Mariners continue their quest for the first World Series appearance in franchise history. Chelsea, I have an update for you, and it's not a good one on my end. We all know the ghost story at my home. Quick refresher. A couple years ago. Yeah. So everyone knows, well, not everyone. I'll refresh this real quick. So in our condo, it is verified, numerous sources, a guy hung himself before he moved in, which goes to the idea that we believe, and I had an FBI agent who used to live next to us, Jane, and she's like, yeah, we sort of feel like there was a Russian spy who used to live in your place. The guy who was there, the duo, the husband, definitely hung himself. I'm like, okay, that's great. So a couple years ago, the fan in our bedroom where he hung himself would randomly start going, just starting out of nowhere. And it was kind of creepy. And it kept happening. And then I had a pen, which I lost, a vape pen, suddenly appear on just right in front of the sink in the bathroom. Like days this thing was lost. It just appears one morning. Some weird stuff, but mainly with the fan, right? So I finally said to the ghost back in the day, hey, sorry this happened to you. I know I sound crazy. I hear how crazy I sound. So I say, hey, sorry this happened to you. You're welcome to stay, but you got to cut this out with the fan. Like, you have to cut it out. It stopped. This is 2 years ago. Saturday morning, the lovely Catherine and I wake up, laying in bed, getting ready to get out of bed. And I go, hey, remember we had that ghost here? And she goes, hey, ghost. And I'm like, oh, don't do this. She's like, hey, ghost, if you're here, start the fan. Start the fan. Nothing happens. However, Sunday night, this has not happened in 2 years. Sunday night, I crawl in bed. It's kind of chilly outside. I snuggle up, about to go to bed. All of a sudden, I feel this chill. I'm like, oh my God, fan is going crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm like, has Catherine been in here? I look for the remote. The remote is in a box on like our chest of drawers. I'm like, well, you just hit the button to start the fan. Nobody touched this. I turn it off. I lay back down. Fan starts again. I'm like, okay, maybe this remote is messed up. Turn all the lights on. Check the fan one more time. I turn it off. Watch it stop. I'm like, okay. The fan is stopped. I have the remote in my hand. I'm going to bed. I put the remote next to me on the nightstand. I lay down, head on the pillow. Thing starts at full blast again. And I finally go, all right, I get it. You can still do it. That's awesome. But you got to cut this out again, please. Stopped. And that's it. Hasn't happened since. So I don't know if I'm crazy, but I don't think it's a coincidence that the lovely Catherine said something, called it out, and immediately this problem starts up again. Really kind of freaked me out, I have to say.
It's crazy to me that all it took was like some discipline where you're like, hey, don't test me. So all you have to do is parent the ghosts. You know, maybe other people across the nation who are having ghost issues just need to learn how to discipline their ghosts. You got to keep it in check. You got to tell it who's boss.
Yeah. I'm being kind. I'm like, this is your place before it was mine. You can hang around. It's cool. Knock yourself out, but you've got to stop this fan. And sure enough, and I told the lovely Catherine last night, I said, hey, you got to just don't call out the ghost anymore. I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you, but do not do that again. Because by the third time, I was kind of getting weirded out. Like, okay, this is really, really weird. But everything is A-okay now. We'll wait and not call it out for another couple years. Instead, we focus on the more positive things. The real live people playing baseball in the ALCS. How about the Mariners taking care of the Blue Jays last night? 10-3. Mariners plus 115 on the money line. Total set at 7 and a hook. It is the over that hits, and the Seattle Bats with a power surge.
Shot to right center field. Varsho on the run. He's at the track. He's at the wall. It's gone. It's Polanco again. Jorge Polanco is owning October for the Mariners. He's given them a 6-3 lead.
Call courtesy of Fox. Polanco and Julio Rodriguez, each with 3-run home runs. Josh Naylor adds a 2-run shot. Trey Savage, we were on the under. Brilliant last time out for the Yankees or against the Yankees, but he gives up 5 earned in just 4 innings. The Blue Jays with just 6 hits on the night. And once again, Seattle will not be denied.
Absolutely. Seattle feels like they're absolutely peaking at the right time, especially in a night where it wasn't really a huge night from Cal Raleigh. So it's the other guys in the lineup, including Jorge Polanco, who has been huge for this Mariners team. And he's not one of their bigger names, or at least not to the casual fan. But it was everybody who was feasting in this one. Feels like just about everybody had a hit, and that's kind of the case when you score 10 runs. But this is really the potential that we expected from the Mariners, because this was one of the best offenses in baseball coming into the postseason, and now we're finally starting to see it because they played in a bunch of close games. Now they're starting to widen that lead and to do what they're doing with this pitching staff as well. Because remember, going back to the Tiger series, they had to go 15 innings and use a ton of arms. So that wasn't even that long ago. Was that a few days ago? So the fact that they have patched together all of these guys who will throw in a couple innings, because Logan Gilbert only went 3 innings in this game. It is damn impressive what the Mariners pitching staff is doing as well.
Yeah, it goes 3 innings, and then the Seattle bullpen comes in and gives up a single hit. So you talk about complete team effort. I don't want to use too much hyperbole here, but the Mariners kind of have that feeling like they're kind of a team of destiny a little bit. Am I leaning into some low-hanging fruit here? Like, oh, they're up 2-0. Now I'm going to tell you they're a team of destiny. But it feels like they've come out of nowhere. Cal Raleigh had a season that no one could have anticipated. They're kind of playing with house money because they've never played in a World Series, never won a World Series game, and here they are. They just keep finding ways, and now everyone is coming around to the idea, oh, Seattle has all the tools to win the whole thing.
Right, and now they have a 2-0 series lead with both wins coming on the road in a really hostile environment. I don't think that you're making things up. I think a lot of it has to do with Cal Raleigh and the season that he's had. And, you know, the fact that the Mariners have kind of been like the little brother to the Astros over the past few years, where it feels like they've been going toe-to-toe with the Astros at the end of the season, but then the Astros win like the final game, or they beat them, you know, in the first round of the playoffs. So now it's the Mariners' turn, finally, where we're not seeing the Astros even in the postseason, and the Mariners are running with it. So what a season. It feels like it's been a pent-up thing for these fans who have been waiting and waiting and waiting. And obviously, I don't want to call a series before it's done because this one goes 7, right? ALCS is always 7 games.
Sure does.
So it's certainly not over. You know, the Blue Jays will have a chance, but it is definitely very hard to win a couple games on the road and make this a series.
Yeah, pretty special when you look back. It's going back a long way, but imagine the King Griffey Jr. days where you think, I mean, they were so close and so many times, and you go through seeing a Hall of Fame player, one of the greatest players to ever suit up, and you don't get it done there. But here you are now with the big dumper, a completely different player, and this pitching staff, which can be really good as well. So things thus far looking great for the Mariners. And by the way, having a 2-0 series lead in a 7-game series means you go on to win about 87% of the time if you look at previous history in baseball. So things looking good thus far for Seattle. Game 3 set for Wednesday night in the Emerald City. Mariners currently a -135 favorite. How about this game last night where the Dodgers edged the Brewers in Game 1 of the NLCS? Dodgers -150 on the money line. Total set at 7.5. The under hits. Last year's World Series MVP gets LA going early.
Freeman, a high fly ball to right. It is deep. Back on it, Churio. And Freddie Freeman sends one out of here. A rainmaker to right field. And the Dodgers strike first.
Call courtesy of TBS. That makes it 1-0 Dodgers. Meanwhile, Blake Snell, just unbelievable. 8 full innings against the Brewers, gives up a single hit, strikes out 10 batters. Caleb Durbin, the only base runner that Snell allows, and he picks off Durbin at first base after a single in the third. And then, Chelsea, I'm sure you saw this, an absolutely bizarre double play in the 4th inning, an 8-6-2 double play. Bases loaded, Sal Frelick makes a juggling catch off the wall, bounces off his glove against the wall, into his glove again. Not a catch. The Dodgers thought it was, so the runners tagged up. That allowed William Contreras to get the force out at home and third, and that was one of those plays where, you just never see anything like that regular season or in postseason baseball. Kept the Dodgers off the board, but all they needed was 2 because of Blake Snell.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this might be one of Blake Snell's best performances of his career. The fact that he went 8 innings in this game, and think about it. Like, if you know Blake Snell, you know he has great strikeout stuff, but he's not somebody who normally goes deep in games. And the fact that you have like a wobbly Dodgers bullpen that was not asked to do much in this game, that is a huge sigh of relief for the Dodgers, who got to save some arms in this game, and they got to win on the road. Because Blake Snell, even going back to the year that he won the Cy Young, like some of the questions for him winning it were he didn't pitch enough innings because he's normally somebody who's only 5-6 innings. So to go 8 in this game was a huge deal for Blake Snell in particular.
He becomes the first pitcher to face the minimum through 8 innings in a playoff game since Don Larson's perfect game in the 1958 World Series. His .86 ERA over 3 outings. Second best for a Dodgers left-hander since Sandy Koufax, who had a .38 ERA over 3 starts in the 1965 World Series. So he's not just having a great postseason, he's having an historic postseason, and this is exactly why the Dodgers brought him in for games like this where, okay, yeah, he's banged up early on in the season, but once he got right, and he really got right near the end of the season and during the playoffs, he's just been untouchable.
Right, and the fact that he did this with no walks,
yeah,
that's a big deal for Blake Snell too, because normally he is somebody who kind of labors through strikeouts. I know it's still strikeouts, but like his line in this game, I think was 2.5 walks. Like I remember looking at all of his props, and he's normally somebody who will pitch around some batters, and that's fine. So to do 8 innings with no walks is always a big deal, but especially again for Blake Snell, it just feels like he's reaching another level.
When you saw that 8-6-2 double play, thankfully, if you're the Dodgers, you won 2-1. But had they lost 3-2, 4-2, that double play would have been critical to the final score. And I have to say, in real time, it would have been really difficult to know that wasn't a catch in center field. If you're watching the way the ball went off Frelick's glove, then against the wall back into his glove, it looked like he caught it. So the Dodgers, tagged up, and then you realize, oh my God, he didn't catch it. That was, I don't want to say it was unfortunate. It's just such a bizarre play that you never see. It was hard to react right there in the moment.
Right. I think it's one of those plays that's very easy to like sit on your couch and like, oh, we should have done this. But no, in the moment, it's really difficult. And I think that one was one of those plays that could have gone either way. So sometimes it's just tough, especially when runs are so important and base running is so important that obviously you want to get a jump. You can't get ahead of yourself, obviously. So, like, I don't fault them there. But, like, obviously it didn't end up mattering in the end. And the Dodgers won the game anyway.
Game 2 tonight in Milwaukee. Dodgers a -125 favorite. I saw this tweet after this double play. I mean, this is so bizarre. And this is from Sicko's Committee on X. And it says, some grandpa with a scorecard is having the best night in a while. Just trying to figure out just exactly how this goes. I feel like this is just a guess, but I feel like you are someone who could keep score, with a scorecard. No? Really?
I hate writing things down. Like, I'm somebody who does everything on my phone. And I remember there would be girls who, when their husbands would pitch, they would do this. And they would track every single pitch that he threw, and they would keep a box score. And I'm like, those are the true heroes of this game, because I feel like it is definitely a lost art. Like, people definitely don't do this as much anymore. I feel like it is a way to keep, tabs on the game if you want to stay locked in. But I feel like you don't really need to do that in the postseason. Like, the postseason, I'm pretty locked in. In a regular season game between the Rockies and the Marlins, maybe, but not in these games.
Man, I'm bummed. I used to be able to do this and did do this on a fairly regular basis when I was growing up because baseball just dominated our existence. I grew up in a small town in West Texas, so everybody was football oriented. But until everyone could play football, it was baseball, baseball, baseball. And so, all of my friends were into the sport. I collected baseball cards. I could keep score. My stepdad could keep score as well. And I kind of hate that I got away from it because it really is a lost art. And it's not, I don't want to say it's hard to do, but it's definitely a learned skill.
Yeah. My dad never liked baseball. So, I didn't really grow up watching baseball that much, with the exception of, when there were big games. I remember the ALCS between, the Yankees and the Red Sox when Big Papi and that crew, had that magical run. But, my dad didn't really like baseball. So, I liked softball. So like I learned like keeping those type of numbers from softball, but not baseball. I didn't really get into baseball till I had to watch over 1,000 innings pitched of the guy that I am currently married to. So Jake played a lot. So that's why I got into baseball more. But I like softball a lot.
Okay, I mean, they're adjacent, obviously, so you're right there.
Yeah.
You're just scratching the surface, and Jake said, hey, I mean, you're right there. Just come on over to the baseball side, and, let's give this a whirl and see what happens. And it worked out. Coming up next on the show, D-Day and Double D have the takes. The question is, do we agree with them or not? It is a Tuesday of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us, so come on back.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, Jenks and Chelsea react to Denton and Double D's takes from the weekend, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us. I'm Jenks. She is Chelsea. Coming up on the show, are the Buccaneers the best team in the NFC? That's just one of the things we will debate on this Take Tuesday. So you said something I thought was kind of interesting at the start of the show, which was you were watching football, and then you went back to baseball audio last night. So how exactly was your setup? I'm curious. I was just locked into Commanders, and I was checking my phone when it comes to the other games and the ALCS and NLCS, but I think I heard baseball audio in there.
Well, you know what I mean when you're on YouTube TV and you have the split screen and you can choose the audio for one of the...
Oh, okay.
So it's not like I was listening to a transistor radio. It was just I chose the audio for one broadcast because obviously you can't play all of the audios at once.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I was like, that's strange. She turned on Major League Baseball radio or maybe some Toronto FM station that she was locked into. I mean, you're a baseball gal, so you never know.
Right, but I definitely don't own a radio. I can't say that I do. I do listen to the radio in the car a lot. If I'm driving, because we have lives and we have to do things. And I do think of all the sports, baseball is the best equipped to listen on the radio. I used to always do that. I don't even know if I would say growing up, but in my in my 20s, I would listen to Braves baseball on the radio as I was driving home from work, and it's just relaxing.
Yeah, sometimes just, if you're driving along, you can follow a game. I remember it was a few weeks ago, and I was listening to football on the radio, and lovely Catherine goes, do you still know what they're talking about when you're just listening? I was like, yeah. She's like, oh, wow. But, you grow up listening to something or you get accustomed to it. It just sort of makes sense to you. So, yeah, I get that. All right. Glad to have that clarified. Now we got to bring in the rest of our crew to give us their thoughts on this Tuesday.
It's time for Take Tuesday. Are these takes hot?
So hot. So hot.
Or not?
You can't handle the truth.
All right. We bring in Double D. We bring in D-Day. They give us the takes, and we say, what do we think? So we're going to start with a guy who is, well, he's like all of us. He's taking some L's this week, but that's okay. We're all in it together. I'm talking about Double D. Lost with Penn State because of James Franklin, but you got a dub last night with the Falcons.
I did.
Yeah.
Very happy about that. Bijan might actually be a thing. Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew? Who knew? All right, let's get started in college football. My first take. Curt Cignetti is the best coach in college football. He will lead Indiana to a Big Ten title this season, but he will not leave Indiana for Florida or Penn State.
Well, I am going to agree and disagree here. So I am of the belief, I've kind of come around to your thinking along with D-Day as well, which is I don't think he's going to leave Indiana. It just, doesn't it feel like he's at home in Indiana? Doesn't it feel like it fits his personality to say, no, I'm going to build a program here with the Hoosiers in Bloomington. Google me, okay? So I feel like he will probably stay. It kind of feels like the right place for him, and it's never a guarantee if you leave elsewhere. I will also say I don't know if I like them to win the Big Ten yet. They're close. Are they as good as Ohio State? I mean, they went to Oregon and got it done, but I feel like until proven otherwise, I got to go with the Buckeyes, who are just kind of plodding along, just being dominant on both sides of the football. So Indiana's right there, highest ranking in program history at number 3. So I'm going to say Cignetti stays, but they don't win the Big Ten.
But you didn't answer if you think he's the best coach in college football.
I think he is.
Speaking.
Yes, if you can reclamate Indiana, which doesn't have a history anyway, yes, you're the best coach in college football. Yes.
I definitely think he deserves to be in the conversation, but I think that question is an incomplete because we'll see what he does, with the rest of his tenure, because I think we've seen this before, maybe not to the level that we've seen with Cignetti, because taking a team that was 3-9 and not even considered a school that is a football school and taking them to 11-2 is a huge deal. Let me preface that my statement by saying that. But I do think, if you want to be mentioned as the best coach in college football, you got to win a national championship, right? Because there are current head coaches that have won a national championship. And I get it. Like Kirby Smart hasn't done as much with less, but still, like you got to get to that next level. So we will see for Cincinnati. I don't think that it's on cruise control by any means for Indiana, and it's just simply because Ohio State. Because Ohio State certainly has the talent on the trenches that we've seen kind of Indiana flex their muscle on the trenches on both sides of the ball against some of these teams. Like going on the road to Oregon is a huge deal, but like it's still October 14th, and I'm still remembering the college football playoff first round last year. So we will wait and see when it comes to Indiana.
D-Day, good morning.
All right, guys, let's go to the NFL. Behind MVP candidate, top MVP candidate, question mark, Baker Mayfield, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the team to beat in the NFC.
Chelsea?
I think they're one of the teams to beat because I think it should be noted how impressive this all is with all of the injuries that the Bucs currently have. When Baker Mayfield is putting on these absolute clinics, throwing to his 5th, 6th, and 7th wide receivers on the depth chart, that is a big deal. Should be noted that Mike Evans might be back this week. He's back at practice. Chris Godwin is still not going to be back. Neither is Bucky Irving. And Jalen McMillan was out for that game as well. Down there, both their right tackle and their right guard in that game as well. So it just makes everything that Baker Mayfield, what he is doing, even that more impressive. So it feels like a team that's perennially undervalued. So I still think that is the case. Maybe they're not the only team to beat because over at BetMGM, I think they're like 5th or 6th when it comes to odds to win the NFC. Maybe that's a little unfair, but I still think like they're right on par with like the Lions and the Packers. And are the Eagles even in a discussion anymore? Like it feels crazy to say, but they're definitely in the conversation.
Yeah, they're absolutely in the conversation. And the thing is, the schedule sets up really nicely for the Bucs. So Mike Evans is getting closer. Chris Godwin could be back in a couple weeks. We're still waiting on Emeka Egbuka. But here's the thing. I think what we're going to see here is kind of a lull for the Buccaneers based on their schedule. They get Lions, Saints, Patriots, Bills, Rams, right? So that's not necessarily an easy run. But then look at the way they finished the year. Cardinals, Saints, Falcons, Panthers, Dolphins, Panthers. Like, if they get healthy at just the right time, they can go on a run. And when you look at the NFC right now, it's completely up for the taking. I don't know how I feel about the Eagles right now. I don't think the Eagles know how they feel about the Eagles. We saw the Lions that when they face a good defense, and Tampa is particularly strong against the run, the Lions can be had. The Packers, I feel like, are almost getting credit by default because they had that one big win over Detroit, but haven't done a lot otherwise. So, yeah, when you look at the top teams in the NFC, Tampa Bay is right there.
All right. Let's head to the AFC where the Steelers are not just the best team in the AFC North, but the AFC, period.
No.
I don't know about that.
No, they are not. They are not. They are a team that is taking advantage, and rightfully so, of a division that sucks. A division that out of nowhere is really bad. Like, who knew? If I would have told you that the Ravens at this point, after 6 weeks, would have one win, and that the quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals would be Joe Flacco, you'd be like, what? What in the world? I'd be like, yeah, that's what happened to this division. The Steelers are who they've always been, which is maybe a little bit better than we thought they were going to be, but also able to take advantage of the fact that this division has completely fallen apart. So, okay, Mike Tomlin's going to get his 500 or better season, but I don't see the Steelers being dynamic enough to be a real threat in the conference.
I also feel like it's a crowded room with a lot of teams that could certainly make some noise. Like obviously the Bills did not look great last night, but they still have Josh Allen, and I'm not completely writing them off after 2 losses. There is no team that looks dominant in the NFL right now. The Chiefs look like they are getting better as the weeks go on. The Colts still have some of the best numbers of any team in the NFL. Then you have the Chargers and Broncos, who are both stout. So no, I don't even think I'd put the Steelers in the top 3.
Nice take, though, Double D. All right, D-Day.
All right, let's get a baseball one in here. We're in the midst of the lead up to the pennant and the World Series. MLB and Rob Manfred are desperate for a Dodgers and Blue Jays matchup in the World Series.
They're desperate for it, but I don't think it's the best World Series matchup. Chelsea, what do you think?
I don't think they're desperate for it. Like, what? Like, they would love a New York, LA World Series again, but I don't think they're super rooting for Toronto. Like, because that's a different country. Like, I don't know. I feel like MLB's not rooting for Toronto. So maybe they don't like the Mariners. I guess not. Maybe so it's East Coast, West Coast, but I don't think MLB cares that much. They want the Dodgers. That's for damn sure.
Well, that's what I was going to say. They absolutely care about the Dodgers. Major League Baseball wants the Dodgers. They want to, pump up Shohei and Mookie Betts and all of the incredible players that they have in that lineup. But I think, to me, and this is just personal because I'm not Rob Manfred, because I would do a good job of managing the sport, I would love to see Brewers-Mariners, which I know is not sexy when it comes to television ratings and you don't have the Dodgers, but the Mariners are an awesome story. They have the big dumper. They will be playing in their first World Series ever. And then the Brewers, I don't know if they're going to get past the Dodgers, but they play complete baseball. And I think the fact that they're playing for Uke this season, the late Bob Uecker, he's inspired them throughout the year, I think is a great story as well. And these are two franchises that have a lot of history, but I think it would be super exciting. And plus, I'm ready for some new blood anyway.
Yeah, I think everybody's ready for a new team. But I will say this. If we're talking about like storylines of the World Series, I think people want a team to face the Dodgers and beat the Dodgers. Like, don't we need like a villain in this scenario? Like, if you're thinking about like a movie or a TV series, I think the best result would be, the Dodgers advancing to the World Series, but somebody from the American League taking them down. That feels like a movie to me.
Then we can all get behind that team, whoever it may be. But I don't know. Hopefully the Mariners. I really want Seattle to win the American League. Coming up next here on the show, back to the NFL we go, and Brian Branch gets his suspension from the NFL. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Hour 2 coming your way here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 on a Tuesday starts right now here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And you are listening to the Daily Tip. Coming up in the next hour, we'll start with the first head coach fired in the NFL this season, and it's right in my neighborhood. Was Brian Callahan really the problem, or the Titans? Do they have bigger issues? We'll talk about that in this segment. At 7:20 tonight is Game 2 of the NLCS between the Dodgers and Brewers. We gave you our best bets for that. And then it's on to Teaser Tuesday, which is my favorite way to bet on the NFL besides props, where you give yourself 6 points in your favor and you combine several spread bets and try to pick some winners, kind of banking on the fact that some of these lines in the NFL are very, very sharp. All right, Jenks, so it has begun. Local talk radio is now an absolute zoo. Since the Titans fired head coach Brian Callahan yesterday, all of the calls have started coming in with the worst suggestions you could possibly think of. And I understand casual fans are not super dialed into what coaches have been doing lately, but it always feels like people love to shout out the biggest names that maybe if you haven't looked into what they've been doing recently, you would have changed your mind and said, hey, maybe Bill Belichick is not the best suggestion for the Titans' next head coach. But this is what you always hear. It's a steady diet of John Gruden needs to be the next head coach of the Titans. It needs to be Bill Belichick. Hell, even some people joking about Jeff Fisher, don't joke about that. That's been so long. I don't even know what he's doing these days. So this is always what you get. And I know it wasn't that long ago, in Washington where you guys were looking for a new head coach, but it felt more level and it felt like they went for, I don't know, better names. And I'm not saying that the Titans are going to go for John Gruden or any of these people. It's just, that's always the headlines that catch everybody's attention.
What did Jeff Fisher do? Didn't he go 7-9? Wasn't that the thing with him before he went to 17 games? He was always going 7-9. That's a funny suggestion.
He was amazingly mediocre.
He was. He was great at being slightly below mediocre. Not 500, but he'll get you those 7 wins. Fans always lose their minds and go for the big names without looking at fit and without looking at recent results. Bill Belichick right now is a dumpster fire. You're not going to hire Bill Belichick. Let's bring in Urban Meyer. You want to do that? Remember him in Jacksonville? You don't want to do that. John Gruden, you have a real possibility that, especially with a guy like Gruden, where he knows the game, there's a possibility, but also it's been a long time since he's been a head coach, and you never know how it's going to fare, and then you have all the legal issues that sort of follow him wherever he goes now. It's much better to look at guys who fit your organization, guys who are coming up, guys who maybe can coach your franchise quarterback, for example. The one thing the NFL always does in particular is they just recycle guys, again and again and again and again. Even if you're a head coach like Matt Eberflus, isn't he down in Dallas right now? I forget. Yeah. So these guys always land somewhere in the NFL just in a different role, as opposed to saying, maybe we should think out the box here and find someone that isn't some sort of, not necessarily a has-been, but someone who has been recycled over and over and over in the National Football League.
Yeah, one of the names that the hosts were bringing up was Matt Nagy. And I'm do you mean the guy that was booed at his kids' basketball games because he was so bad with the Bears? No, we don't want him. Maybe try somebody else and give somebody else an opportunity. And I understand that's difficult to say because Brian Callahan was that type of hire. We're hey, we're going to hire a young guy and maybe give him a chance and maybe he can blossom into something great. And it turns out he didn't even know the rules of the football game. So maybe we go a step above that, but usually it does feel like people have like two separate theories. You either go for somebody who has been a head coach and has been fired a few times, like you said, the recycled coach tree, or you go with like an up and coming coordinator, which I feel like I lean towards that. But it does feel like now watching Brian Callahan trying to run an entire team that there is a different skill set that you have to use as a head coach as opposed to just learning the X's and O's and being a good coordinator, especially when it comes to like the offensive guys or hell, I guess even the defensive guys as well, where you have to learn to be like the CEO of the team. And some coordinators just don't have that.
Well, and especially if you're talking about a Titans team that has their potential future in Cam Ward, you've got to bring in someone that can bring him along. Like, I would think you've got to bring in someone who has some sort of offensive mind, akin to what the Bears did with Ben Johnson, right? They saw that Caleb Williams was not being developed. They believed in his talent. That's why they drafted him number 1 overall. So they say, okay, this isn't working out. Whoever we bring in next has to have those head coaching credentials, but also has to bring along our franchise quarterback, because what is the point if we bring in someone who doesn't do that and we develop other areas, but our franchise QB just kind of sits here and slowly deteriorates or doesn't develop at a rate that makes us a good football team? Because clearly you have to have a great quarterback to have great play in the NFL. So I would hope, you would think that would go into the calculus.
Yeah, that has to be number 1 on the priority list because obviously that is the most difficult piece to find on a winning franchise in the NFL. And it feels like there is some potential for Cam Ward. And I understand that Brian Callahan threw Cam Ward under the bus multiple times this year. I feel like that was very unfair. Cam Ward is a rookie. Like, don't ask him to do too much. I feel like good head coaches do not put too much on the shoulders of their rookies. But I do think the Titans tried to do that last time. So, like, this is me trying to help the Titans learn from their mistakes. Because they brought in Brian Callahan. They say, oh, well, he worked with Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense was really good. But how much do you think was Joe Burrow and how much do you think was Brian Callahan? And we've seen people in the NFL make this mistake before because who is it, Nathaniel Hackett, where they were like, oh, he coached Aaron Rodgers to success. He's going to be a great head coach. He was not a great head coach. A lot of it was Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and I don't know how much Brian Callahan even called the plays with the Bengals, but certainly you can, which is crazy to think about. But yeah, if you have
an offensive guy.
Yeah, but you can be, you can be someone who, for example, I think a good example is Eric Bieniemy back when he was with the Chiefs, right? And so he was the offensive coordinator, and then he bounces around, came here to DC, went out to UCLA, and once he was out from under the wing of Andy Reid, he was just completely ineffective. So yeah, he had the title, but when it came to the actual structure of the offense and the play calling, that was Andy Reid. So I don't know the particular situation with Brian Callahan, but the point is just because you have the title of OC doesn't necessarily mean that you're the offensive mastermind or that you have the talent to go off on your own and be a head coach and run the offense.
Well, he even gave up the play calling duties.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're an offensive guy and you gave up play calling? That's supposed to be the one thing you're good at. And so it was frustrating altogether. It felt to me that Brian Callahan was not ready to be a head coach. And I don't know like how you're supposed to see that like coming in. But here is the biggest problem with the Titans is that they have fired multiple people now, when it comes to their GMs, when it comes to guys in the front office and head coaches. And it feels like now that the front office is the problem, especially when you look down the road, up north and see all the success that Mike Vrabel is having with the Patriots. When the Titans chose, their GM and their ownership over Mike Vrabel, I feel like that was their first mistake.
Well, if you're going to have a successful franchise, you have to be aligned from the top down. We saw that in D.C. during the Daniel Snyder years, right? You could bring in all sorts of talent. It doesn't matter if you're not completely on the same page as far as hiring the right people, having the same goals in mind, making sure you spend the money and spend the money properly. Same thing with the Titans. If you look at all the great organizations or the very good organizations in the NFL, the one thing they have in common is the ownership and the GM and the coaches all very much on the same page. And you have turnover when necessary, but more than anything else, you have stability.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of people wonder why still wonder why Vrabel was fired, and it's because he went head to head with the front office on a lot of things. Like, I feel like there were things that the Titans did. I don't know, like trading away AJ Brown, that did not rub him the right way, because the thing is that the Titans have not been great at drafting talent. So when you don't draft talent well, and then when you finally hit on a pick and you trade him away in his prime, like, it's just not a good look. So now it feels to me like the Titans are in danger of falling into the category of terrible franchises in the NFL. And now it feels like, they're in the ranks of, like, the Jets kind of feel like that. Like, maybe you put the Giants in that category as well, like the Browns, where it's like all these bad decisions just constantly add up, and it feels like they can't get out of their own way.
Yeah, and now they've got to bring in someone who wants to coach there, because once you develop dysfunction within your organization, then there's not a lot of head coaches, or not necessarily the pool of candidates from which you want to choose.
I know, and I think it's difficult, and it's very easy in hindsight to be like, oh, Brian Callen was a terrible hire. But, like, I'll say this about Aaron Glenn. I thought he was a great hire. And look at the Jets now. Do you think that's a matter of the Jets just being a bad organization that nobody can fix?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, the Jets definitely are a bad organization. They've proven that over the years, no matter who is the head coach. But it sort of also looks like Aaron Glenn is over his head a little bit, which I hate to say 6 games in, but if you look at the decision-making that we saw against the Broncos, particularly at the half when Garrett Wilson was kind of going back and forth like, what are we doing? When you are a losing franchise and you're playing not to win, or you're playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win, you're sending a message that, okay, we're not that good, and you're sending that message to what is already a losing organization, which is not the message you want to send.
Oh, absolutely. Let me ask you, as somebody who covers a team that has a defensive-minded head coach, what are the benefits, you think, of having a defensive-minded head coach? Because, the Commanders have obviously Jayden Daniels, and you would think, hey, you need a head coach that can bring him along. Not that you get what I'm saying, is Dan Quinn is a defensive guy. But that's worked out nicely. Should the Titans even consider a defensive-minded head coach?
Well, they can, as long as they bring in someone who can coach Cam Moore. The difference with DQ here in D.C. is that they brought in Cliff Kingsbury, right, who is a noted offensive guru. So even if you don't like Cliff Kingsbury as a potential head coach, and at some point he is going to be a head coach again in the NFL, he's definitely sort of rejuvenated his reputation as far as what he can do over the past couple seasons with his work alongside JD5. But the difference is, okay, you bring in a defensive-minded head coach, but also that coach has the wherewithal to say, but the offensive coordinator we're going to bring in is going to be someone who can work hand-in-hand with our hand-chosen franchise quarterback and bring him along, so that way you kind of get the best of both worlds.
Right. Yeah. Any of those sound great right about now as a Titans fan. It feels like we can't hire anybody who is the correct hire. Even when Brian Callahan passed down the play calling duties, he didn't even pass it down to the offensive coordinator or some other guy. And you're like, so we hired an offensive coordinator that we don't even trust to call the plays? That feels like a huge red flag to me. So my next question, Jenks, is, do you believe in the dead cat bounce? Because a lot of people have brought that up to me. And I'm like, listen, this is still a very bad team. And if you don't know what the dead cat bounce is, it's when a team fires a head coach and somehow they band together that next week and they win a football game. I just don't see it.
Maybe with some teams, but the expectations were already low. So I wouldn't necessarily, with some franchises, sure. But I feel like with this franchise, I mean, their win total's set at 3.5 right now. It's just to the over. Maybe that makes you feel better. But unfortunately with your Titans, I don't know if I would buy that. And plus, what do we know about Mike McCoy? Has a history with the Chargers, but that's about it. So it'll be hard for me to buy that.
Yeah, so their interim head coach is going to be Mike McCoy. He did coach the Chargers for a while. At least he knows the rules of the game. But next up for the Titans is playing Mike Vrabel, their former head coach, and a Patriots team that's on the warpath. Or at least it feels like a team that is trending all the way up, could be one of the contenders in the AFC. So maybe if they were playing somebody else this week, because people sold me on saying, hey, Chelsea, they're playing the Raiders this week, maybe they'll win. Wasn't the case. They only scored 10 points. So, Jenks, I do not have high hopes for the Titans facing the Patriots.
Well, I was definitely one of those people that thought they had a chance to get the Raiders. So I thought they might win outright, and I was way off on that. So I'm definitely not going to be on the Titans again. I will not try to sell you a bill of goods. The old snake oil salesman.
Yeah, and the worst part is that the Titans haven't even been covering. Like, I think if you look at the numbers for Brian Callahan, he's been one of the worst covering head coaches in the NFL. So not only is he bad, the market couldn't even be low enough on this Titans team to give them enough points to cover the spread as underdogs. Just embarrassing. All right, coming up next, maybe we'll change the vibes and talk about baseball. We've got postseason baseball on the docket, NLCS Game 2 between the Dodgers and Brewers. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
In 20 minutes, Chelsea gives out her favorite teaser plays from the NFL in Teaser Tuesday here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is Tuesday, October the 14th, and we still have some great postseason baseball in the middle of the week, which is a great feeling, Jenks. But what's not a great feeling is looking at the slate today and seeing one game that I don't feel great about. Like we saw last night, the margin for error between the Dodgers and Brewers is razor thin. So the Dodgers won game one, 2-1, behind a great performance from Blake Snell, who went 8 strong innings, and the Dodgers scored just enough to beat the Brew Crew in this one. Now you look at game 2, and it's Yamamoto versus Freddie Peralta. And Freddie Peralta has great numbers, but we saw it. Oh, I just got an Amber Alert. We saw it against the Cubs that sometimes he can get a little rattled if he gives up some runs early, especially if he's pitching on the road. But the good news is that this game is in Milwaukee, and Freddie Peralta has been very good when playing at American Family Field. So let me just ask you, your first impression of this game. Like, did you have a strong feeling, or did you feel like me and saying, great, this is the only game on the slate today, and I don't feel strongly about it?
I mean, I'm probably going to go back to the well here and trust these two pitchers maybe in the first 5 like I did yesterday. It didn't work out, but that's just baseball. I also looked at the hockey slate as well. But it's tough when we bet on baseball all season long and you come down to it, which is a natural progression, but you have one game. So I'm not thrilled about it, but I'm kind of like you. It wasn't exactly something that jumped off the page to me.
Yeah, I think that's when you really have to dig deep. Or you say, okay, maybe we will watch this and we will learn, and maybe we'll make a bet on the next game. But listen, it is a big game, and we obviously have to talk about it. But if you are betting on baseball, might as well do it over at BetMGM. Go ahead and use your MLB Parlay Boost token. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. So let's get into it. All right, so Dodgers-Brewers, this is game 2 between the Dodgers and the Brewers. Dodgers took game 1, and they are once again road favorites at -125. Brew Crew, if you're interested, +105. Total of 7 runs in this game. If you look at first 5 totals, 3.5 is the number. I know that's been a popular play for us, but Jenks, digging into the numbers, do you like anything when it comes to like a total, a first 5 bet? Is there anything after a little digging that caught your attention?
I think you can go under 3.5 first 5, which is around -105 right now. You can go under 4 and a hook, which is -145. Maybe that's where I'll go today. But I might even look at the Dodgers too. So if you look at Yoshimbu Yamamoto, I mean, he has been on one for the Dodgers. So yeah, he had a meh outing against the Phillies last week. But even then, like, his bad outings just are not bad. He gave up 3 earned and 4 innings of work. But that's the exception to the rule. If you look back through the course of the season, in 30 starts this year, that includes the playoffs, he's given up more than 3 runs in a single outing only 5 times. And he's been even better on the road. That's the spot he's in today. 9-4, 2.13 ERA. Opponents are batting just 168 against him. And then Freddie Peralta going for the Brewers, one of the most dependable pitchers in the game. Now, in a couple of previous appearances against the Cubs, he wasn't great, but we still have a large enough sample size to know how good he is. He's made 33 starts this season, allowed more than 3 runs in just 4 starts. So this is playoff baseball. The total is really low. If you can go first 5 under 4 or 3.5, I think is a good number as well, depending on how much juice you want to lay. That's where I'd go.
Here's what scares me is that the recent performances are both of these pitchers, because I understand both these guys are one of the more trustworthy starters in both of these rotations. But we saw it like against the Phillies for Yamamoto, giving up 3 runs in 4 innings there. And then Freddie Peralta, like, again, I know you mentioned it, but against the Cubs, a little rattled and gave up a couple home runs in each of those starts. 2 home runs in the one on October 4th, and then a home run in the final one, which he gave up 3 earned runs. And here's the thing about first 5 unders. You almost need the guys to be like lights out, especially when it's 3.5. So I think there is a sabotage factor there. And also, like, this is something we saw with the Mariners and the Blue Jays, where if you see offenses that have been great for the entirety of the regular season, eventually they're going to break out. I think that's what scares me when we have so many dangerous bats on both the Brewers and the Dodgers sides.
I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, ultimately, if you're going to go with one side or the other here, I'm just going to lean into two of the best pitchers in the game. So I know recently these guys haven't been necessarily on their marks, but again, I'd rather look at the whole sample size here, particularly in a game where the total's going to be lower, which we're seeing at a 7. You know, these guys are going to be on tighter leashes. It's playoff baseball. So even yesterday, when I thought that might be an over game, we saw a 2-1 outing. And sure, we could always see these bats break out. It's always an issue when you're talking about the Dodgers and the Brewers, too, who can absolutely hit. But based on these two pitchers, I would lean to the under. Not my favorite play on the card, but then again, we got one game on the card.
Yeah, is there a way that the Brewers win this game? Because I think we've kind of decided that we're probably leaning towards the Dodgers here. But this is a home game for the Brewers, and they've been great at home all season long. It just feels like you can look at a lot of regular season metrics, but it doesn't necessarily matter if you're only talking about one team, and that's one of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it, I mean, the line tells you it's going to be really close. The Brewers are plus 105, and they have their ace on the mound. So Freddie Peralta, going back all season long, has put in clutch performance after clutch performance after clutch performance. We tend to not think of the Brewers' bats as matching the Dodgers, and really, I don't know if there's a team in baseball that can say that based on name alone. But when it comes to run differential, and we've hammered home this point again and again and again, it is the Brewers that led Major League Baseball. So maybe they don't have the name recognition, the name on the back of the jersey, but they can flat out hit. And at plus 105, I think there's some value here. Milwaukee needs this win, so I think they're live.
Yeah, if you're looking at props for this game, I'm going to run down a couple for the pitchers. Freddie Peralta strikeout set at 5.5, juicy over at minus 120. I will say this, even in the games that Freddie Peralta has struggled in, he has still missed a lot of bats. Had 9 strikeouts in that first appearance against the Cubs and 6 in the second one. I will say that the Dodgers don't strike out quite as much as long as Ohtani doesn't have the golden sombrero in this game. But it is a pretty low number, and I think the sabotage factor is that maybe Freddie Peralta does not last long in this game, because let's think about this. I feel like the leash is not going to be quite as short as maybe we see in these 5-game series, and certainly not the 3-game wildcard sets. But it does feel like this is, I don't want to say a must-win game for the Brewers, but how important is this win, Jenks?
Well, it's huge, because if you go up 2-0 in a baseball series, in a 7-game series, you end up winning that series 87% of the time based on postseason baseball history. So it's absolutely crucial, and especially against a team like the Dodgers. So against another team, you know, maybe where it's more evenly matched, then you say, all right, if we go down 2-0, we still have a shot. It's going to be really difficult to come back against this Dodgers team, which is clearly the favorite to win the World Series. We know why. We know how good they are across the board. So I think Milwaukee has to have this one. And also, I will say, if you look at Yamamoto, the last time he played against Milwaukee, the Brewers just went after him and knocked him out early, knocked him out of the first inning of that game. So if you're the Brewers, you can say, all right, we have faced this guy before. We've had a lot of success, and I think they can draw confidence from that.
Yeah, and Yamamoto has not been especially sharp in his last one. Gave up 6 hits against the Phillies. So I don't know. I keep going back and forth. But I will say maybe it's a good time to revisit some futures and see if we can find any value, because obviously the Dodgers look like the cream of the crop. And I understand that a lot of people have their faith in the Dodgers, but right now they're minus 120 to win the World Series. Jenks, that feels like a silly price to me. Minus 120, like not even plus money. So I think there's value elsewhere. The Brewers are 7-1. If you think the Brewers can get past the Dodgers, and I do think the Brewers present a pretty tough matchup for the Dodgers in the NLCS, Blue Jays are 12-1. Obviously, that one's tough with the Mariners taking a 2-game series lead over the Blue Jays after last night's win. But do you think there's any value on the Brewers 7-1 to win the World Series?
Yeah, you just have to believe they're going to win tonight. Like, they have to win tonight. But also, they have their ace on the mound. Like, Freddie Peralta is one of the best pitchers in the game, and you have to believe that home atmosphere with Peralta on the mound and the fact that the Brewers had success against Yamamoto last time out really makes them, I think, a live dog in this situation. And there is something to be said for being in a desperation spot. So I think that if you're the Brewers, you know that you can't afford to go down 2-0. I know there's the idea that you can't you can't manage this game too tight because you're talking about a 7-game series. But also, I feel like an anomaly would be, but going down 0-2 against the Dodgers and going back to LA is something we can't afford to do. So if you're Milwaukee, I would treat this game like a Game 6 or a Game 7 and do whatever it takes against this Dodgers club. It's just different than going down against any other club in Major League Baseball. So I would lean towards the Brewers here. And if you like that, then definitely think about them at 7-1, because if they win tonight, those odds will shorten.
Yeah, you can even get the Brewers plus 350 to win the National League. They're one of two teams. And I understand the Dodgers have a 1-game lead, but still, like, here's what the numbers bear out. So apparently if you have a 1-0 series lead in a 7-game series, those teams go on to win 65% of the time. Jenks, is that number higher than you thought it would be? Honestly, I didn't think game 1 was that big of a deal, but I guess, we've seen it in previous series where it is a big deal.
Yeah, that kind of surprises me. I thought it would have been closer to 50%. I guess it makes sense because you have the momentum, but that's higher than I thought it would be for sure.
Right. I do think it is huge that Blake Snell went 8 innings last night. Because I will say the one Achilles heel it feels like of the Dodgers is their bullpen. And so the fact that they didn't have to use many arms last night is a big deal. But I do think if we are talking about a 7-game series, that's something that they're going to have to confront at some point or another. And I feel like we've seen that with all these teams, where it feels like everybody's depth has truly been tested. And the same goes for the Brewers. Like, they were saying that they really only have 1.5 starters that they trust right now. And I do think the X factor for tonight is if Freddie Peralta can go long and they don't have to use Jacob Misiorowski, that is going to be a huge advantage. Because they've already said that they don't know if Misiorowski is going to start a game in this series. But if Peralta does his job and he goes like 5 innings in this game, I feel like they could save him until game 3, and I think that would be a huge momentum swing for the Brewers.
Yeah, I think that's what they really need to happen here. And I sort of agree, too. Like, Misiorowski has been good, but, obviously Major League Baseball jumped the gun, naming him an all-star, and he's been very good. I don't think he's been all-star level, but we're starting to see that, look, some of these young guys, as talented as they are, and we saw that last night with Savage, right? So they have knockout stuff, and they can be really good, but there is something to be said for having some sort of seasoning and some sort of experience, and things definitely changed during the postseason. So just going back to the point you're making, with Freddie Peralta, for him to get the start tonight and to pitch well and to go deep would be perfect case scenario for Milwaukee.
Yeah, and plus, you want to win games at home. Like, it's wild to me that even in the other series between the Mariners and the Blue Jays, that the Mariners have taken both the games on the road. Like, that is not a normal thing. Like, you're almost expected to win your games at home. Maybe not to the extent of, like, basketball or football, but, like, still, that's a big deal that the Mariners did that. So if the Dodgers take a 2-0 series lead and they do that, both those games that are home games for the Brewers, that is going to feel like a death punch to the Brewers. And maybe it's not a death punch, but it does feel tough, especially when you have their most trusted starter, Freddie Peralta, who looks like he kind of gets frazzled when he pitches on the road in tough environments like we saw against the Cubs.
Well, fortunately for here, he's at home, so that should help him. And he's been awesome this season at home, has an ERA of less than 2. So certainly when you have your ace pitcher and, they'd start him home or on the road, you want to have him in the best split possible, and this is it. So we're going to find out what he's made of tonight, but this is the perfect scenario for him to go out and get a win because he has been great in Milwaukee this season.
Yeah, and I think it would be big for Yamamoto to have a big game in this one as well because, again, trying to right the ship after, giving up at least a couple runs in each of his postseason starts. And here's the thing. He's supposed to be one of the more trustworthy starters for the Dodgers because, remember, Blake Snell was coming back from an injury. Obviously, he's always had the potential. He is a Cy Young winner, but we weren't quite sure what we were going to get from him, in this postseason. But, like, Yamamoto is one of their guys, too. And if this is a 7-game series, the Dodgers don't have a ton of starting depth either.
No, they don't. But that's the one thing about the Dodgers, which makes them so dangerous, is that, their bats just get them out of so many, less than ideal scenarios. So if they don't have the starting pitching, well, it's okay. You got the bats. If you don't have the relievers on the back end, they have Sasaki now, who's going to be a huge boon to their relief staff. But even if they get in trouble late, it's okay because you have the bats. But when you're the Dodgers, you can get away with it.
Yeah, and I will say their defense, for the most part, has been very, very good, at least in clutch situations. And that's more than we could say about some of the other teams who have been eliminated. Looking at you, Phillies, even though I know that is a very tough play. Jenks, I've seen some people who are saying, oh, Ryan Kirkering cost so many people their jobs. Listen, if this play, one play cost you your job, you were probably already skating on thin ice to begin with. So don't blame him. That was a tough play. All right, coming up next here on the show, switching gears back to the NFL. It's a Teaser Tuesday. I give you my favorite teaser legs for this week's slate in the NFL. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right. And we're back for more. It is Tuesday, October the 14th, and it's time for more Teaser Tuesday. So as you guys know, I absolutely love teasers. I play them all the time. And if you're new to teasers, you get 6 points in your favor, where you can do a total or a spread. I feel like spread is the best way to do it because usually if you believe in the NFL lines being sharp, this is a good way to play this. But Jenks, it has been chaos over the last 20 minutes in our house. My cat Dabby was currently having seizures while I was trying to talk about the NLCS. And I typed it in the chat. I was like, okay, somebody maybe can tag in here so I can go check on her. Nobody did. But she has her medicine now. So hopefully she is better. But we've had this issue for a while where she has these seizures. And it's just very jarring. While you're trying to talk about Freddie Peralta, you can hear your cat like sounding like she's dying. You're like, oh no, I have to keep going. So you just focus in on, here's the outs prop for Freddie Peralta.
Oh my God, is she okay? Dabby Doo, we love Dabby Doo on this show. She's not? Do you need to go take care of her?
Oh, she's fine. She's out of the seizure now. But it's just usually when she has these seizures, she has like 12 in a row.
Oh my gosh. But she got her medication,
I feel
right?
like she does, but I was currently trying to give it to her during the break. It was not going well. So hopefully Jake can get it down her throat somehow. But I've heard a lot of people have dogs who have seizures. I haven't heard as much for cats. But it is crazy. But she takes the same medication as like humans do. It's phenobarbital. And so they don't carry it at the vet. You literally have to go to the vet. And I think, or the pharmacy. And I think I told you the story where she has to like create a profile. So they're like, Dabby Cat Buchanan, pick up for Dabby Cat Buchanan. Because she takes a human medication.
Oh my gosh. Do they force her to show her ID? Do you have to take her to like the Walgreens or the CVS and carry her and you give her a little cat ID, push it across to the pharmacist?
No, but they definitely ask you questions. They're like, is this person's middle name Cat? You're like, no, we put that on there because Dabby is a feline. She is a feline friend. But hopefully this medication works. I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling a little rattled. Hopefully she makes it through the day because we certainly love Dabby Doo. But it's a Tuesday, so that means one thing. It is time for Teaser Tuesday.
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right, step right up and try your hand at a 3-leg teaser. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a couple teams who are already getting points, and we're going to try to tease through multiple key numbers because that's the goal of teasers, is you want to go through 3, you want to go through 6, you want to go through 7, and I'm doing that on all 3 of those. The only sabotage factor, and I'll start with this, is that sometimes I don't like buying high on some of these teams who have looked really good because eventually the Reaper always comes for you, and it feels like all these teams who have looked good in the NFL eventually have a stinker. Like we've seen it across the NFL where, the Bills were looking amazing, and now it's back-to-back losses for the Bills. So keep that in mind as I read some of these legs. So first leg, we're going to start with the Colts getting 7.5 on the road at the Chargers. So the normal line in this game is Colts plus 1.5. I do think the Colts have a great chance to win this game outright because as somebody who is a hater of the Colts, you cannot argue with some of the numbers that they have been putting up. They have the best points margin in the NFL, and we've seen them have a consistently good offense. And it's not just Daniel Jones. It's Jonathan Taylor who's having a great season for the Colts as well. So Colts plus 7.5. Next up, we're going to go to the Falcons, who I understand are playing on a short week, but plus 9 on the road at the Niners. I feel like the Falcons can at least keep it close. And I feel like when you have a good ground game like the Falcons do, and that defense, did you see what they did to Josh Allen last night? I feel like plus 9 is a solid play against the Niners. And then finally, Bucks plus 10.5. Again, this feels like a buying high situation where the Bucks have been playing out of their minds. They played in all these close games, but they should be getting healthier. I think Mike Evans should be back for this game. Plus 10.5 on the road at the Lions. Sabotage factor there being that we know the Lions can score a lot of points, but their run defense for the Bucs has been really good. So if anybody can stop that rush attack of the Lions, maybe it's the Bucs. So Jenks, Colts plus 7.5, Falcons plus 9, Bucs plus 2.5. Who ruins my teaser?
Oh, I don't know. These are all really good. I'm not quite sure. I like all these. Maybe. How many points are the Colts getting out in LA against the Chargers? 7.5?
Yes.
Maybe the Colts at some point have some sort of step back. That's the only thing I can figure. Because, look, the Chargers are a well-coached team. They're going to be at home. They have Jim Harbaugh. So I believe in the Colts. We've seen enough now to know the numbers tell you the Colts are a very good football team. So I like the fact they're getting 7 and a hook out in LA, but also maybe they're due for a clunker. I'm just trying to come up with some sort of devil's advocate play here, but I think this is a good teaser. So I'm kind of with you here. I'm just trying to poke holes in it, but I can't find many.
I think the sabotage factor is kind of what I mentioned, that eventually some of these teams are probably going to have stinkers, right? Like, yeah. I feel like we haven't seen a stinker from the Colts. And, like, eventually it just feels like there's going to be that one game where either they have some bad turnovers or they just fall flat. And, like, the Chargers are a solid team, and that is a long road trip. But still, like, that's 7.5 points. So I think I like it a lot. And, Jenks, I left this one out on purpose, but I feel like a lot of people are looking at the board and they're saying, Chelsea, you're not putting this in your teaser. It feels like the perfect teaser line. The Patriots are laying 7 on the road at my Titans. The Titans just fired their head coach. So in a teaser, the Patriots would be laying 1. It feels very obvious, but Jenks, I don't know if you're like this. When it comes to my teams, I don't like them ruining anything. So, like, I wouldn't want the Titans to, like, ruin my teaser. I don't think it happens because, like, they couldn't even win with Brian Callahan. Not that, like, you know, he was a great head coach. But still, I feel like there's no way that the Titans win this game against the Patriots. But again, the Patriots, maybe they're due for a slip-up. Who knows?
I mean, it's a perfect letdown spot for them. But the issue is that Mike Vrabel is their head coach. So if anyone's going to make sure that they don't slip up playing Tennessee, it's going to be Mike Vrabel, right? And also, do we really think the Titans are talented enough to get some sort of bounce from an interim head coach in Mike McCoy to hang here? So I know it seems obvious, and I'm like you in that when you see an obvious play, you're like, okay, if it's too obvious, maybe it's time to look elsewhere. You see that with spreads all the time. Like, oh, look at this, a ranked team on the road getting points against an unranked team. You're like, be careful. So I understand that idea, but I feel like with Vrabel at the helm of New England, he's not going to let this team slip up. So, yeah, I think you got to tease it down.
I think the trouble is that the Titans offense just can't score points. Like, even in games where the defense keeps it close, it's just, you know, they have games where they've gotten shut out. They scored 10 points against the Raiders, who were not a defensive, you know, mismatch where you're saying, oh, this defense is really tough. No, the Raiders were one of the worst defenses, at least statistically speaking. So, like, if you can't have faith in them against the Raiders, I don't have faith in them against the Patriots. Here's another one that seems almost too good to be true. Broncos laying 7 at home against the Giants. So in a teaser, the Broncos would be mere 1-point favorites. But Jenks, I feel really skittish on the Giants just because it feels like we have such a wide array of outcomes where the Giants can be really good at times with Jackson Dart running all over everybody. Same goes for Cam Scattaboo. But then on the other hand, you see them lose to the Saints and they look like a very young team.
Yeah, I would stay away from that one just because I think the Giants may have found something here. And so, look, Scattaboo has been – one of his teammates says, this guy's an idiot. But meant it in a kind way, like he's his own sort of being, right? He's in his own world. He's just yelling out things at practice. By the way, his career is going to last 3 or 4 years at this rate. Like, I have not seen a guy just try and pummel over everyone, like using his forearm just to, like, plow over dudes to get into the end zone. I don't care how invincible you think you are. You can only do that for so long in the National Football League before you wear out. I keep hearing people reference Earl Campbell, and of course, Earl Campbell went to Texas, and I followed his career back in the day, and he was just a stick of dynamite, blowing up everybody in his path, so powerful. And then, his body just caught up with him, and he couldn't move like that anymore. So that's going to happen to Cam Scatterbo unless he learns to play differently. I just don't think he's going to learn to play differently. I don't think it's in his DNA. But between his play, which I think inspires everyone on that offense, and Jackson Dart, who has looked really good, just like he did during the preseason, I'm not going to say the Giants are back or anything like that, but relative to the expectations that we saw at the beginning of the season, I think they kind of have something here on offense.
Well, especially if you're looking at the normal game spread and they're getting 7 points, because temperature check on the Broncos. I am somebody who is a big believer in the Broncos going into the season, but I'm not going to lie. I feel like their offense has looked pretty flat. I understand last week was overseas in London, but scoring 13 points, I understand they beat the Eagles, but I don't know. This feels like a very mediocre team relative to the expectations that I once had for the Broncos.
Yeah, I just don't know if Bo Nix has taken that next step. He's close. I feel like he's right there, but he's still sort of flashing and not necessarily, elevating to that next plateau. And so we saw that over the weekend against the Jets. Jets have a decent defense, but as bad as the Jets were, Broncos won that game by a couple of points, and it's because they couldn't move the football. So there will be times where Bo Nix looks really good on offense, and certainly it helps to have a guy like Sean Payton, but he really hasn't become that guy in his second year, and he's got plenty of time to do it, but I think that's the real issue. And of course, when you're a young guy going up against that Giants defensive front, we saw the Giants defensive front against the Chargers give Justin Herbert all sorts of trouble. They can absolutely do the same to Bo Nix.
I think if you think that's the case, maybe the total is worth a play. 40.5 is getting into the territory that makes me a little nervous. But I will say the Broncos have had a consistently good defense. They just need the offense to catch up. All right, Hour 3 is next here on the show, and we will relive our biggest lessons learned from both games on Monday Night Football. It's next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Appreciate you waking up with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, 2 Monday Night Football games to tell you about, with the Falcons taking flight against the Bills in Atlanta. Then in 20 minutes, back to baseball we go, and how to bet the remaining games as we bring in our friend, pro bettor Adam Trigger from Wager Talk. And finally, we'll tell you the games we like the most and the plays we're on tonight when we reveal our best bets. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing? Little tip of the cap as we stream our final hour. If you would like to join us as we do so, you can go to BallySportsLive.com or just download the Bally Sports Live app. Last night in Atlanta, we're going to jump right into it here. The Falcons stunning the Bills 24-14. The Falcons getting 4 points. They're plus 180 on the money line. Total set at 50. The under hits. A great result for the books. And what a performance from Bijan Robinson.
A 1st and 5. Robinson off the right side, breaks free. Bijan Robinson spinning down the sideline, still going. Can they catch him? They cannot. Touchdown, Falcons, 81 yards.
Chris Fowler on ESPN. Robinson matches a career high with 170 yards on the ground, makes 6 catches for a career high 68 yards, giving him 238 yards from scrimmage. That is also a personal best. Drake London, 10 catches, 158 yards at a score. And the Falcons defense, ranked number 1 in the National Football League, hold Josh Allen to 15 of 26 in the air for 180 yards. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Here we are, the Bills starting off like gangbusters this season, Chelsea, 4-0. Now they've lost 2 straight, and very quietly, the Patriots lead the AFC East. But this was really about Atlanta showing that that defense is for real and taking advantage of the weapons that they have offensively.
Oh, absolutely. Because we knew that this was going to line up for a good game on the ground for the Falcons, just simply because that has been one of the flaws of the Bills' defense, is that they can't stop the run. So when you have a weapon like Bijan Robinson who can, run the ball, he can catch the ball, he is such a Swiss Army knife. And even his head coach after the game, Raheem Morris, said he thinks that Bijan Robinson is the best player in the NFL. Now, I don't know if I'd go that far. I do think he's a top 10 player maybe. But still, all around, great game from the Falcons. I will say, they established the run early, and they didn't have to do too much in the second half, but that's where their defense stepped in. Like you said, coming into this game, the Falcons' defense had great numbers, but I think we needed to answer the question of, okay, can you do it against the best teams in the NFL? So now it feels like some of those questions have been answered. This defense of the Falcons is absolutely for real.
Yeah, they are legit. They did a great job of pressuring Josh Allen last night. So Josh Allen now has thrown 3 picks in his last 4 games, which is not like him. Now, he needed some help out there, too. So playing without Curtis Samuel and Dalton Kincaid, so he kind of looked out of sorts, and he was pressured 47% of the time last night by the Falcons. So we knew the Falcons secondary was really good, but also they were able to get pressure up front, and when you can throw off a guy like Josh Allen, you're doing something right. And that was one of my questions going into this game is, okay, you've disrupted guys like a J.J. McCarthy, for example, or you had some success against Marcus Mariota when he was filling in for Jaden Daniels. But when the reigning MVP comes into your house and you're able to throw him off with your pressure, then you're doing something right. And so we're seeing a Falcons team I think is interesting because they're more of a complete team than I thought. I knew offensively they were going to do some things. They probably have a top 5 unit on the offensive line. They have plenty of playmakers, and now we're starting to see those playmakers start to sort of be the sum of their parts, if you will, and start to perform with Bijan, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, those guys. Michael Penix Jr. now, who is continuing to get better. But if they have a defense, Raheem Morris's defense, to go along with that, Falcons could be a problem.
I think now the question is, can they be consistent? Because remember, there was still a game this year where they lost 30-0 to the Panthers. So that's sometimes what you see from a team with a young quarterback in Michael Penix Jr. But again, it makes things so much easier when your defense is consistent, because it just feels like your team's always going to have a chance to win it. Obviously, if you give up 30 points and don't score a single point, those games are not going to be close. But my point being is that this is a Falcons team that looks like that's in good shape. They have a good foundation, and Michael Penix Jr. should only get better down the stretch. But my question for the Bills is that if you can't do it against, the top defenses, like that's where the bar is set for the Bills. It's not set on, hey, what can you do against the Dolphins? What can you do against the Saints? Because it's Super Bowl or bust for the Bills. They are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. I know the odds have lengthened a bit, but it is troubling for the Bills. Like, I don't want to overreact to a 2-game stretch because the NFL is a long season. But Jenks, do you think it's fair to have questions about the Bills as Super Bowl contenders?
I do, and the one thing that I have overlooked is that if you look at the Bills' schedule when they started 4-0, like hindsight, of course, is 2020, but they got that incredible win over the Ravens in Week 1, right? Okay. Then they beat the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Saints. So that's how they started 4-0. Last 2 weeks, Patriots, Falcons, 2 losses. So looking back now, when we're starting to see these teams in the NFL start to develop an identity, like we're seeing, hey, the Colts are pretty good. The Ravens are going to be terrible this year. All of a sudden, that Week 1 win over Baltimore, even though they had Lamar Jackson back then, maybe doesn't seem as impressive. So I think for your Buffalo, look, I'm not going to freak out because of a couple of losses. This is still the Super Bowl favorite at BetMGM right now. They're 6-1. The Chiefs are plus 650. Packers are 8-1. They still have Josh Allen, but I think that they rely on Josh Allen to play hero ball a little too much. Didn't help that he didn't have his weapons last night. I think it's the Bills' defense more than anything else, as I talk through this, that I'm worried about the most. The Bills' defense allowed 335 yards last night in 2 quarters. And so as good as the Bills' offense might be, I think we're seeing that if they have an off night, the defense is not going to carry the day, which goes back to the idea that Buffalo is just going to outscore you if they want to win games.
Right. And that was a problem for the Bills, like going into this game. Like going into this game, the Bills gave up 5.6 yards per carry. So that is a trend. Like that is not something that is an anomaly in this game and just saying, hey, Bijan Robinson's really good. No, that's been a problem for the Bills all season long. So it feels like we've seen postseasons pass where Josh Allen has had these Herculean efforts, but like the defense can't stop whoever they are playing, and normally it's Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. So like that's something that I feel like is going to be a true problem throughout the season, because honestly, I do feel like Josh Allen deserves some credit to where you say, okay, the past 2 games were not great, but like look at every quarterback in the NFL. It just feels like nobody dominates game in and game out. And like maybe we saw that from Josh Allen last year. It is too difficult of a league, and I still feel like Josh Allen is one of the best players in the NFL. So I am not expecting that trend of Josh Allen looking mediocre to continue.
Oh, not at all. And this is, okay, a bit of an off game, maybe off couple of games for him, but he's too good. MVP for a reason. Those guys are going to get healthier. Again, he was without 2 of his primary weapons last night, lost another one of his receivers later on in the game. I think, again, we're going to hear over the next couple of weeks, because the Bills are on the bye now, and Sean McDermott was saying after the game, yeah, we're going to have to reset. They really have issues on defense. You get a couple guys back on the defensive line, so that should help as well. But that was one of the criticisms of Buffalo during the offseason. Have you done enough to address a leaky defense? That's going to be a big question mark going into the next couple weeks. Next up for the Bills, they have a bye. The Falcons visit the Niners on Sunday Night Football. Right here in D.C., the Bears edge the Commanders 25-24. Bears getting 5.5 points. The Bears plus 200 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. So the under hits by a half point. Last year, we all remember the Hail Noah, the Hail Mary. Washington winning that game against Chicago in dramatic fashion. Not last night. DeAndre Swift, 14 carries, 108 yards, catches 2 passes for 57 yards. Still Washington with a chance to win this game, just more than 3 minutes to play, and this was the critical moment in this game. The Commanders up 24-22. It's a 3rd and 1. Wet football because the rain started coming down. The winds were swirling. Jaden Daniels cannot secure the snap. He fumbles it while trying to hand it off to Bill Krosky-Merritt. The Bears recover, they drive down the field, and then they have this to win it.
Snap a bit high. Kick is good. And the Bears win it. Jake Moody, a hero tonight.
Whatever. That's Joe Buck on ABC. Caleb Williams, 252 yards and a score. And full credit to the Bears. Caleb Williams continues to improve. But if you're me, if you're D-Day here, couple of Commanders fans sounded so dismissive. D-Day here. But, I mean, it's frustrating because it was right there. You feel like if the Commanders get that yard, they win this game. And so that was the worst turnover at the worst time.
Yeah, but I do feel like it should feel comforting that Jaden Daniels at least looks healthy. Mm-hmm. And it feels like once he gets his full cupboard of weapons back, like whenever Terry McLaurin is coming back to the team, that would be nice. That you do still have a very good football team. But I feel like we need to talk about the Bears for a minute because I feel like this was a massive win for the culture of the Chicago Bears because last year it felt like a team that was not very resilient. And we saw that start, with the game against the Commanders where they lost. And then it triggered, this downfall for the Bears where they lost all these games in a row. And now we're seeing a team that has some resiliency and a team that can win close games because it's been back-to-back weeks where the Bears have won by exact scores of 25-24. And I understand Caleb Williams was not perfect in this game, but in some of the big moments where he needed to make the throws, he did get the job done. So I think it's a good sign of things to come for a Bears team that once looked kind of soft, maybe turning the corner.
I mean, we're starting to see that, I feel like, with Ben Johnson. So a couple weeks ago, Caleb Williams had arguably his best game as a pro against the Cowboys. And I know the Cowboys have a garbage defense. And the Washington defense is definitely not that great either. But all you can do is perform against the teams on your schedule. And I will say that Caleb Williams is starting to show more poise. And this was huge. This was a big subplot tonight, right? Or last night, because Caleb Williams, as we know, drafted 1. Jaden Daniels drafted 2. All of a sudden, the Bears come here last year. They lose on that Hail Mary. And then after that, what happened to the Bears? They went into a tailspin. They lost 10 straight games. That win by the Commanders propelled them into what eventually became an appearance in the NFC Championship game. And also, Caleb Williams was returning to D.C. last night. He went to Gonzaga High School here in D.C., so he's from this area. So all of that sort of played into Williams returning last night and the pressure maybe being on him to prove, hey, I can be as good as Jaden Daniels or I'm on an upward trajectory as well. And he is making less of those Superman-type plays that he was trying to make during his rookie season. He looks like a guy who is really taking to Ben Johnson.
Right, and it looks like the Bears finally have a competent head coach as well. Because a competent head coach would say that. Be like, listen, look across the league at the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Sometimes they don't need to do it all, especially with teams who actually win football games. Maybe you can look at the Bengals back when they had Joe Burrow and he was playing hero ball. He put up MVP numbers, but that team didn't even make the playoffs. So I think it's a good point.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to all of a sudden elevate someone to all-pro status just because of a couple of good games. But ultimately, I will say that's what you want to see. It's never going to be success in a straight line, particularly a quarterback in the National Football League. And also, if you look at Caleb Williams and his development, this is almost a rewrite of his rookie season because last year we know was a total disaster under Matt Eberflus. So what was the talk that they wouldn't even watch film with him? So if you're Caleb Williams, this is essentially a reset, right? You've got a new head coach, a new offensive system, a new offensive coordinator. So It's not going to surprise me if he's lagging behind Jaden Daniels a little bit at this point, but I feel like this is huge for his confidence and huge for the Bears who, look, had some turnovers in this game, but also it was the Commanders who had the most critical turnovers at the worst time, and the Bears took advantage of it, which is exactly what they're supposed to do.
So are you worried about the Commanders' defense moving forward?
Yes. Yes. In a big way. So the secondary has had problems giving up explosive plays all year. And then last night, late in the game, DeAndre Swift was just running all over. I mean, he essentially did that all game. But late in the game, when the Commanders could have used a stop, and maybe there was a possibility they stopped the Bears, they have some time left on the clock after forcing the Bears to kick a field goal earlier. They just couldn't do it. And Chicago was able to run off the clock, and they kicked that field goal for the win. Coming up next year on the show, Adam Trigger from Wager Talk is along to talk baseball betting. That is here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is Tuesday. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Double D. Oh, man. I'm shaking right now. I have so much caffeine in my system. That's a perfect time to bring in Adam Trigger from Wager Talk, which we will do in mere moments. I've got a full tumbler of coffee, and then I thought, you know what? I've had 2 hours of sleep. How about some Red Bull? I don't think this was my best idea.
I saw the Red Bull come out, and I was like, oh no.
Oh, I know.
On a Tuesday, that's a tough look.
That's a tough one. No drinking involved. I just had 2 hours of sleep, and I got to do Commanders after this. I'm going straight to Ashburn, so it's going to be.
You got to get the nice Lyft or Uber out there, the comfort. Maybe take a nap in the back.
Yeah, and then my day started off. I'm tired. I get in the Lyft.
You're gonna have the most talkative driver.
Oh, I got in this morning, and I feel really bad. Like, I understand that Uber and Lyft doesn't treat their drivers the best, but I get in, and the first thing I hear is, "How much you paying for this ride?" I'm like, and I was like, I don't know, is what I told him. Because he immediately wanted to tell me that Lyft wasn't paying him enough. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but I was
like, all right, bro, let's cancel this drive. I'll give you $6 less than what I'm paying right now. It's still more for you.
Yeah, we can do that. It's not I do not work for Lyft. I'm just a man trying to get a ride to work. And just a man trying to win some bets. So we bring in our good friend Adam Trigger, pro sports handicapper for Wager Talk. Oh, I have to ask. I looked at your shirt for a second, and I thought for a hot second that was a Commanders shirt. I'm like, no, that's not the Commanders W. What is that?
That's the Wager Talk W. This is some new gear that they've sent us. So
nice.
Yeah, I have a whole closet full of these now. I think it says Wager. Yeah, it says Wager Talk on the sleeve.
Oh, nice.
Here. I might be able to pull some strings and get you one of these if you want. But,
I'll take any free swag.
We've got them in a couple of different colors, and someone on the show is like, so I do a daily baseball show, and they're like, you wear the same thing every day. I said, well, they want me to wear the company issued gear, so I've got like black, gray. I think we have a white somewhere. So. But once college hoops starts, I told him, I said, my part of my bit, because I go all over to these different schools, is collecting gear, and then I wear it on my show. So they said that's fine. So college basketball will be back to wearing Lemoyne hoodies and stuff.
Fair enough. I feel like that's a good strat. You just transition into, the gear come college. Until then, though, all Wager Talk. So let me ask you this before we get into baseball. You have a baseball show, but I know, based on talking with you before, you're very passionate about college basketball. Is college basketball, is that sort of the holy grail for you as far as sports betting is concerned?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's, I could do a whole segment on how it's gotten tougher to win. I think everyone that bets any sort of college sport, college basketball or college football would agree that it's a more challenging environment with NIL, the transfer portal, so on and so forth. But for me, I still think that's more manageable in college basketball. Smaller rosters, less to worry about in terms of, the number of human beings moving around or getting paid or not getting paid or locker room issues. And then, I'm a small conference guy. I went to Siena College. That's part of the reason I love college basketball so much is that was our main sport. We didn't have a football team. And, just getting to the NCAA tournament as a mid-major is just a tremendous experience. And I was there during the Fran McCaffrey years. So like the golden era of Siena basketball. But that's where you can win money. The smaller conferences, there's still more of a pure market. There's not as much NIL. So, yeah, I can't wait for college basketball season.
Okay. So until then, we've got baseball to talk about. And not as easy to find value here in these markets. But we've got the Mariners up 2-0 on the Blue Jays. Are you surprised about this result thus far? And how do you find any sort of value coming up in Game 3 tomorrow?
I used to think there wasn't as much value in the Major League Baseball postseason. And I think that probably years ago, maybe there wasn't. Now I feel like there's so much more public money in the playoff market that it does create spots in the playoffs that are as good as any spot you're going to find during the regular season. I'll give you an example. Game 1, the Mariners being as big of an underdog as they were in Game 1 was crazy. And a lot of that was driven off the fact that we had the entire country watch a game on Friday night, Mariners-Tigers. It goes 15 innings. You end up having people making memes on social media of like two boxers where it's like the Blue Jays are just chilling watching like a 12-round fight and like licking their lips because they're going to get a team that's tired. And if you watch baseball all year, you know that, like, yeah, I mean, listen, there's not as many 15-inning games anymore with the new extra inning rules in the regular season. But that's not going to, with a day off in between, that's not as big of a deal as I think that it was made to be going into that Game 1. I played Mariners plus 1.5 in that Game 1. I thought that line was completely off. And so there is still spots that you can find in the postseason, one of which we'll talk about in a minute for tonight's game. As far as Mariners Blue Jays are concerned, I don't know if I did this show or I did one of the other MGM shows. I gave Mariners out like in a ladder format back in May on MGM programming. So to win the AL West when they were like 6-1, to win the AL and to win the World Series. But as far as this series, like, don't think the Blue Jays are out of this just because these two games didn't go their way. I don't think either of these teams is dominant enough where it's like Seattle's going to take this 2-game lead back to their home stadium and just come out and like sweep this series. So I would actually look to find a way to play the Blue Jays in Game 3 or Game 4. I think that's likely where the value will be. But I would keep it as like a game-to-game basis because this is a pretty even matchup, Blue Jays Mariners, and that series could flip on a dime in my opinion.
Yeah, when you laddered those Seattle bets, that was on this show, actually. You did it here.
It was on this show. I knew it was on this. Yeah, one of them.
Yeah, well done. So let's talk about Dodgers-Brewers Game 2 tonight. How you betting on this game?
See, so I think there's some value here with the Brewers. I make the Brewers a slight favorite at home. And this really comes down to just, again, you have so much more money in the individual game market once you get to the Major League Baseball playoffs that, and relative to like what these games, the type of handle these games would get during the regular season. And so the Dodgers, we've seen them win a couple of games. We see them win a series against the Reds, which was, argue kind of a mismatch. And then they go out and beat the Phillies. And I said on my show yesterday, I still think the Dodgers are probably the best of the 4 teams remaining. And I still believe that to be the case. But if I'm just looking at this game, I'm not sure that the Brewers should be a home underdog with this matchup. So we'll start with Freddie Peralta. Freddie Peralta, I don't think gets enough credit. He's had a tremendous season. 2.70 ERA, 1.08 WHIP. Quietly has been like pitching is hard to find these days. You don't find many very just really quality starting pitchers that you can pretty much trust to go out there every 5th day. And he's been one of them, yet I don't think he gets the credit that like a Tariq Skubal gets or a Zach Wheeler before he got hurt or even a Yamamoto that we'll talk about in a second. He just kind of, he's up there in Milwaukee. I feel like this Brewers team has flown under the radar for a lot of the season. He's flown under the radar for a lot of the season. And I think you have people looking at him saying, well, he struggled a little bit against the Cubs, and that might be true, but that's a division rival. Those two teams, Cubs, Brewers, played 18 games this year. At some point, that's a good Cubs lineup. They're going to figure out a guy like Peralta after getting that much exposure to him year over year. And even last series where you're going to have people look and say, well, he didn't pitch very well against the Cubs. 15 strikeouts and 9 2/3. He just kind of gave up a big hit or two. I wouldn't put too much stock into his quote unquote struggles against a division rival that knows him well. Not saying that the Dodgers don't have a great lineup. They absolutely do. I wasn't overly impressed with the Dodgers at-bats the last couple games yesterday and then going back to the Phillies series where they kind of, needed a 2-1 win to win that series. And then I look at Yamamoto. I mean, he's great as well, but I don't think that there's a huge difference between Yamamoto Peralta from like a power rating standpoint here.
Okay.
And the second Yamamoto's out of this game, that's a big advantage to the Brewers. I don't trust Dave Roberts in these late inning situations right now. He's going to get bit at some point. The Phillies pretty much had him. They let him off the hook. Yesterday, Bryce Terang doesn't get out of the way of that ball. It's a tie game. I really felt like the Brewers were going to make him pay for bringing Sasaki in the 9th inning. Dave Roberts, not a great in-game manager. And right now, I just think that he's looking in his bullpen. there's good arms in there, but not ones that I really want in like a big time leverage spot. I didn't like the Sasaki decision. He's a guy that I think is thrown better out of the bullpen, but I'd rather have him like they brought him into the Phillies series, a 1-1 game in the 8th inning at home, up 2-1 in the series, not on the road in a save situation. And again, I'm surprised they didn't have to pay for that. I think the Brewers have a nice late inning advantage here because of kind of drawing some blood late last night and feeling like they could have got over the hump. And then I don't think Peralta Yamamoto is a huge like disadvantage for the Brewers. So now you put the Brewers at home, down 1-0 in the series, but you're going to give me plus 110. I think there's real value on Milwaukee there.
We're talking with Adam Trigger, pro sports handicapper for Wager Talk. Find him on X at Adam Trigger, WT. Okay, so when you try to reconcile the entire scope of the regular season versus what you've seen in the playoffs, like how much emphasis do you put on one versus the other when looking at these particular matchups?
So that's a really interesting question. I think it plays here a little bit because, of course, you had 6 regular season matchups between these two teams. Milwaukee won all 6 of them, but the Dodgers come out and win last night. So I go back to the regular season. All of those were in July. They were somewhat insignificant games for the Dodgers. One series came right before the All-Star break. One came right out of the All-Star break. Dodgers had a lot of All-Stars. I would not judge the Dodgers on those series.
Okay.
Peralta pitched in both series, so they've seen him twice. One, he pitched really well. One, the other, they kind of knocked him around a little bit. But, like, again, back in July, I even said on my show yesterday, I'm going to put almost zero stock into this matchup as it happened during the regular season. But for, like, again, I think playoff baseball, you really have to handicap the managers a little bit. I've been saying this all postseason. I prefer to lean toward the side that has who I believe to be the better manager, at least the better, kind of guy that's going to pull the strings in game, that might have the better game plan where it sets up a little better. I really think that's Pat Murphy right now. He has blown my expectations away for him as a manager when he kind of took over for Craig Counsell. And Dave Roberts, again, he's always got the best talent. He's going to blow one at some point. I don't think he knows exactly what he wants to do at the end of games. Yesterday, you can see he brings Sasaki in for the save, second guesses himself, trying and gets out of a jam on a pitch where it wasn't even close to the zone. The pitch before easily could have hit Terang and walked in the winning run. It was just, I don't trust Roberts in these tight, close games, and you're going to have a game like that. You can't keep getting in these games. So the previous one was the Phillies, right? They end up kind of benefiting from the Kirkring throw to home and winning an extra inning game. I just don't think Dave Roberts is capable of not screwing up a close game at some point. And so now that I can get the Brewers as an underdog in a spot, I'd be surprised if this is a blowout. So give me a close game, home team, better, who I think might have the better late game setup, and at home, and you're going to give me plus money, like that to me is worth a bet.
Adam, got about a minute or so left here, but what is one bet, card wide open for you, that you really like?
Card wide open for me right in baseball right now?
Any sport.
Okay, you're going to let me go way off the board here. You'll have to dig for this one. I'm sure BetMGM will offer this one somewhere at some point. I think my alma mater, the Siena Saints, are going to win the MAC this year. And you will get good plus money on that because Quinnipiac is probably going to be the odds-on favorite. They were able to keep Amari Moore, their player of the year in the conference last year, basically turned down. He could have probably went to like Kansas. He had some big-time suitors looking for him, and he decided to stay at Quinnipiac. It's going to make them the favorite. There's also some other teams like that are Iona's always going to be priced up there. I think they're probably a year or two away with their new coach. And there's some other teams that are in that top category. Siena they were able to keep pretty much everyone that I think they would want to keep. Gavin Doty, they have like their backcourt back. Jerry McNamara, former Syracuse Orange, in his second year as head coach. And they aren't priced as the favorite, and I think they should be. So maybe a little bit of a homer pick, but Siena hasn't won the MAC in a while, and I think this is the year they do it. And if you bet that, it's going to be very good value because they're they're likely not going to be the favorite. And even if they're like second favorite or third favorite, you'll still get good plus money on that. So that would be my, first college basketball play of the season, if you will. Siena to win the MAC. I think that's a really good bet.
We're going to remember that just like we remember you coming on this show and talking about Seattle many months ago. Pro Sports Handicapper for Wager Talk and on X at Adam Trigger WT. It is Adam Trigger. Adam, always a pleasure, and enjoy the free swag, buddy.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Coming up next here on the show, time to get back in the saddle and tell you our favorite plays for tonight. It is a Tuesday best bets, and the Dogster headed your way. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins here on a Tuesday. Day after Monday Night Football. Best bets of the doctor headed your way shortly. Also got Bet Sweats on the way, top of the hour. Bring in Joe O, maybe Sammy P today. Ask what they think about ALCS, NLCS, Monday Night Football last night. Commanders blowing it against the Bears who get the win. And then the Falcons taking care of business against the Bills. More NFL news for you here. So Lions defensive back Brian Branch has been suspended by 1 game from the NFL. This after his fight with Juju Smith-Schuster on Sunday Night Football. So this is from John Runyon, the NFL VP of Football Operations, writing this in a letter to Branch. Quote, "Your aggressive non-football act was entirely unwarranted, posed a serious risk of injury, and clearly violated the standards of conduct and sportsmanship expected of NFL players." Now, the story behind this is that during the game, number one, Branch was upset because Juju Smith-Schuster apparently pushed him in the back right in front of a referee. Referee didn't call it. And then after the game, he's already frustrated about that. Patrick Mahomes tries to give him a high five. He doesn't high five Patrick Mahomes. Smith-Schuster goes up to him, essentially says, "What's the deal?" And then that's when Brian Branch threw a punch, and the melee started after the Chiefs win. So is this the right call by the NFL? Too much, too little? Double D, I'll bring you in here for a second. I kind of feel like that this is absolutely not too much. If you're the NFL, don't you have to set a standard here and say, we're not going to have any sort of violence in an already violent game, especially when it comes out of nowhere. Like if it's during the run of play and guys have to be separated and, you're in a pile, that's one thing. But if you're going up to shake someone's hand or to say something to them after the game and you take a shot to the face, doesn't the NFL have to tamp down on this quick?
I honestly believe it's justified. The 1 game suspension's justified. Where I'm having the issue is Branch going, "Oh, I'm going to appeal."
Yeah, why?
What? And here's where I'm at. If I'm Dan Campbell, I walk right up to Branch as soon as I hear the word appeal come out of his mouth and go, eat it. Take the game suspension. You deserve it. This is not what we do. Like he said in the post-game press conference, this is not who we are as Detroit Lions. This is not what we do. I apologize to Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs. Right. Just be the leader of the locker room.
Yeah. Hey, look at it from this other angle where I smacked him in the face. It's not nearly as bad if you look at it from here. Or here's the slow motion angle where I definitely hit him right in the chin and smacked him. Yeah. If Dan Campbell says this is not what we do, this is not who we are, then why appeal? You just take the L and say, you know what? I deserve this. It's my fault. It's on me. And I think the NFL will deny it, as they rightfully should. And if you're the NFL, you have to set an example here, don't you? You're already the most violent sport in the world outside of, like, cobra wrangling.
And the Dana White, smacking.
Well, yeah, well, also
whatever
UFC.
That's called.
Yeah.
When Dan Campbell said we want to bite kneecaps, I don't know that he necessarily meant we're going to smack Juju Smith-Schuster around. You got to fight it though. I'm with Branch.
You think so?
Fight the man. You stick the double bird to the NFL. This is a violent game. Juju Smith-Schuster, he was being the nice guy. Oh, I'm going to shake your hand. Nah, you got to fight the man. See if you can get suspended for like a quarter or something. You know what I mean? Have Dan Campbell be like, hey, we're going to arrest you for a quarter.
Can I just say that I saw this headline, and I don't know if this one's going to take off or not, but this is tangential to the Chiefs. Research done by a team at UTEP presents evidence that the Chiefs have benefited from slanted officiating from 2015 to 2023, a time that coincided with their rise as one of the NFL's most marketable franchises.
All right. Looks like we got some Tuesday reading.
Oh, so don't you know, the people who believe that the Chiefs always get the calls are going to say, now we have evidence. It's not just me. Oh, no. We have university-backed research here that says the Chiefs get all the calls.
How do we feel about UTEP? You're the Texas guy.
Yeah.
I know we don't like if this came from the Aggies, we're immediately saying,
nah, it's bogus. I won't believe it.
If it came from Texas Tech, you're like, nope, oil money, they paid it off. But how do we feel about UTEP? Like, where do they rank between the, Harvard of the South, that is Texas, of course, and then the everything else that is A&M and Texas Tech and whatever other universities you don't like in Texas?
Harvard 2, UTEP 1 is where we're going.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's the University of Texas at El Paso. I mean, here's the thing. What dog do they have in the fight? It's UTEP. You know what I mean?
I guess this is better than, remember when that high school kid or like the middle school kid in Pittsburgh did like a scientific project on Deflategate?
Oh, that's right.
And we're like, I mean, this is like cute, but you're 12. I'm not going to take this massively. So I guess when it's university backed, you're like, all right, maybe there's a little something going on here.
It's true. And I say that because, like, the NFL is going to protect its Kansas City Chiefs. Brian Branch will serve a 1-game suspension. There's no question about it. Speaking of Cobra wrangling, Double D, I feel like that's something that you might have done in your life. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if you're like, I went head-to-head with a Cobra. Have you ever done something like that?
No, just ridden a great white shark. That's all.
No, you haven't. Liar.
What do you want? How do you want me to respond to that?
No, the only reason I say that is because
wrangling?
when I swear to God, God love parents, right? When they get older, they start to believe things without the research. And my mom, she's not listening. I love my mother. I'm definitely mama's boy. But when I went home in August, and my mom lives in Granbury, Texas. Okay, this is an hour outside Fort Worth. And she showed me a picture from Facebook. She's like, hey, this is Lake Granbury. Look at this. And it was a picture of a great white shark. And I was like, Mom, I can assure you it's okay. There is not a great white shark in Lake Granbury in Granbury, Texas. So it's going to be okay, Mom.
Is there water in Granbury, Texas?
There is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with, so I just wanted to make sure that she wasn't like, hey, this place right in the middle of Texas has a great white shark. Be like, no.
Now, I actually grew up with water around me. I used to go water skiing when I was in high school, if you can believe it. In the middle of nowhere, I had this oasis, all this water. But thankfully for us, no great white sharks. Coming up next on BetSweats, Joe O and Sammy P will recap Monday Night Football, hand out their favorite plays in the majors, and they're going to look at NFL awards as well after Week 6. Corby Craig will join the show at 10 o'clock, and then Will Brinson from CBS Sports is along at 11 o'clock. All right, time to get down to it. Only one game on the baseball card. I did look at some hockey, but we're going to go to the Diamond and bring you our favorite play of the day.
Time to place your bets.
Well, great. I went 0-2-1 last night. Lying in bed, Ghost fans going, watching the Commanders on my phone. All I needed was a Commanders moneyline win to pair with my Bill Krosky merit 50-plus rushing yards to go 1-1-1. Didn't happen. So let's get on the right side tonight. Dodgers, Brewers, first 5 under 4. Minus 145. So we have Yoshinobu Yamamoto taking on Freddie Peralta tonight. And look, this first 5 bet didn't work out last night, but man, these two pitchers have been fantastic during the regular season. Big sample size here. That's what we're going with. Yamamoto has been on one for the Dodgers. Had a mediocre outing against the Phillies last week, 3 earned over 4 innings of work, but that is the exception to the rule. In 30 starts this season, including the playoffs, he's given up more than 3 runs, only a single outing, or in a single outing, only 5 times, right? So he's been even better on the road this season. 9-4, 2.13 ERA. Opponents are batting 168 against him. Then we've got Freddie Peralta going for the Brewers, one of the most dependable players in the game, one of the best starters in the game. He is Milwaukee's ace. Yeah, didn't pitch well against the Cubs in his previous appearance, but like Adam was talking about in our previous segment, the Cubs know him really well. The Dodgers do not. Peralta has made 33 starts this season. He has allowed more than 3 runs in just 4 of those starts. This is playoff baseball. Guys are still going to be on quick hooks, even The Brewers, who, yes, it could be a 7-game series, they cannot afford to go down 2-0 to the Dodgers. Even Peralta, I believe, could be on a quick hook if necessary, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Let's go first 5 under 4, minus 145 tonight, game 2 in Milwaukee. Guys, don't forget, you can always check us out on YouTube. Watch the Daily Tip along with each and every show on the BetMGM network. Make sure you like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. Well, the Dogster is here. Chelsea took a break to take care of Dabby Doo, so thinking about Dabby right now. But the Dogster is ready to roll. Dogster, good morning. What's going on?
I have to say, I didn't see a lick of baseball last night.
All right, well, you probably watch football.
No.
All right, what were you doing?
I was hanging out with a couple of ladies and completed my own 862 double play.
Well, what does that even mean?
All you need to know is that there was a play at the plate.
Okay. Do you have a bet?
Dodgers, money line, taking on the Brewers.
All right, thank you for that. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, is anyone here from Bet Sweats? Am I going to go 0-3-1?
You're gonna go 0-3-1. This is a Sammy P day. You know, Joe O's left us hanging in the past, but Sammy P has never left us hanging until today.
This is a trend.
There's a first time for everything, and we didn't want this first time. We did not subscribe.
God, need a little help here. The one time I'm like, we'll have Sammy P coming in. He's always dependable. Nope. Just another L for this guy. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. That's good. You know what's coming up next on Bet Sweats? I don't know. I don't even know if they're going to have a show.
Yeah. Hatred.
Nothing
Vitriol.
but
Despair.
straight vitriol. And whatever this is going into my system. Probably
Caffeine.
a little vitriol in here, whatever this is. Sounds like a chemical. Guys, thanks for being with us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good luck to Chelsea. She's taking care of Dabby for D-Day. Double D, Dylan. I'm Jinx. Good luck in your bets today. Have a great Tuesday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Hamlin finds something in the end zone. That would be the first option. Scrambles and ball batted down and intercepted. Off the deflection. The interception is made by Malone, who steps in there and makes a game-clinching pick.
Snap a bit high. Kick is good. And the Bears win it. Jake Moody, a hero tonight.
That's right. Hero tonight, Jake Moody. Just met his teammates, comes in, no sweat. Gets it done. Welcome into Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. Heisman and Watch per usual on Tuesdays coming up in 20 minutes. We'll take a look at the MLB playoff picture. Things are changing and certainly moving in the Seattle direction. A very popular play right after the trade deadline, and they have put themselves in a fantastic spot. We'll look at other futures across the NFL with awards, with teams. A lot of movement in division odds, Super Bowl movement, more last night against the Bills a little bit. Will Brinson will drop by, Corby Craig, two of our favorite guests, friends of the show, will be hopping in and on the action. Sam's mad. He's in a mood again. So we're doing this thing back-to-back days where Sam's in a mood because the Bears end up winning, like we all said that they would do as we ended the show yesterday.
You kind of saw it coming. What I did not see coming is Joe O wearing the Bears gear. I mean, you got the Bears merch on. Look at you. You eating fried chicken for lunch? Yeah.
Bears.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to the studio. I'm here where I prefer to be at home. So no, there's no victory chicken for me, but definitely no victory chicken for the Bills and none for the Commanders. So here's what we did not have. We kind of joked around about it, about doing a dog parlay after all the favorites that were getting home on Sunday. You had the I guess we'll call it a surprise on Thursday with the Eagles losing as more than touchdown favorites. And then last night, the two dogs end up getting home outright. I believe that was better than 7-1. We talked about it. I couldn't get there on the first game on the Bills and the Falcons, and that was probably the easier cash. But I don't think anybody had the better quarterbacks in the game. We're going to be Caleb Williams and Michael Penix, and maybe people will argue about Jaden Daniels. I will not. I think the winners had the better quarterbacks on the field last night.
No doubt. I had a buddy who had over in the first game, and he was feeling really good when it was 14-7 after one. Oh, I got 21 in the first quarter. I only need 28 more to tie, 29 more to win. And then it just screeched to a halt. 7 in the second, 7 in the third, and a field goal in the fourth. The game lands 31 after 21 first quarter points. He thought he was a winner early. He's like, oh, this game's going to land 70. 38, final score. As expected, though, the second game was better. I told you yesterday, I'm going to pick one game to watch. I'm going to key on one TV. And I did do Bears Commanders. That was a much better football game.
Hate the two games. Hate it. And then like in the corner of the TV, you go, okay, here's the updated score. If you want to go over to this channel, like, why are we doing this? Just let there be one Monday night game, and we're going to do it again next week. I guess some people enjoy it. They're trying it out. Whatever. So, yeah, we had the two games. 25-24. Bears win by the same score in back-to-back weeks. That's the first time we've ever seen it, 25-24, back-to-back winners in the history of the NFL. And there were some shocking results. The line closed 5.5. We were curious. Why did it go from 4.5 to 5.5? No more movement past that. Pretty much stayed there all day on Monday until we got to the game. The shocking result was you had the Bears that couldn't stop the run. They did a good job against Krosky Merritt. Oh, who the hell saw that coming? Everybody's betting him. People that didn't know how to say his name a week ago are betting on him for the props, and he doesn't do much in that game. And you had Swift come out there, and he was the Bears' leading rusher. He was the Bears' leading receiver. The Bears had no run game to speak of for a month. Then they come out of the bye, and all of a sudden there are these massive holes. The offensive line looked terrific. It looked like they made an upgrade over at the left tackle spot. We'll see once they play some better defenses with good pass rushes, something the Commanders do not have. But you got to credit Ben Johnson, man. This is a guy coaching for the first time, had extra time to prepare, and Caleb looked good. They outgained him on the ground. The number one rushing offense out there. I know it came down to a kick at the very end, and there are some turnovers that we can get into. And if you want to point to the turnovers being the difference, certainly fair. Bears were the better team last night.
Yeah, turnovers decide most football games, as we know.
Yeah.
It's funny, we break these things down for 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. And at the end of the day, it's who protects the ball. That's what decides 75, 80% of games. I felt good, though. Like, if you would have told me Jaden Daniels was going to throw for 211 yards, 3 touchdowns, 19 of 26, have a rating of 119, I feel pretty good about that. But the turnovers do decide a lot of these games. Yeah. And as good as Washington was in the passing game, they were very slippery, man. They were very slippery when the time mattered most. And, they did miss Terry McLaurin. They did miss Noah Brown. Their leading receiver was Chris Moore, Paul Aspen guy, Chris Moore. Who's Chris Moore? Who is that, Joe? I don't even know who that is.
I saw Moore catch the touchdown, and then I'm like, wait, that's not DJ. He's not on the Bears. Who is it? I had the same reaction. I said, wait, who's this guy? Which Moore is it? And then they flash it up there, Chris Moore.
Yeah, it was a gang of misfits. Chris Moore, Jalen Lane, Luke
Debo
McCaffrey.
did nothing. Debo did
had
nothing
4 catches
all night.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Daniels did what he was supposed to do. He worked around. He found his guys. But, I mean, they're shorthanded, but they also couldn't protect the ball. 3 fumbles. The Bears had none. So, what are you going to do? If you don't protect the football, you're not going to win football games.
Yeah, that's the difference. And Jaden Daniels, a couple of those turnovers, interception. He lost one of their 2 fumbles. -3 in the turnover differential last night. It's hard to win when you go -3. It's going to happen. You can talk about the Hail Mary, revenge, and all that stuff. That's what it came down to in the very end. I also don't want to act like it's fluky. They're the home team. You're dealing with the elements. Rain was expected, and I guess the mist later on was part of it. We saw it with the fumble with 3:10 left in the game. But maybe you saw his youth there shining in a big moment. Got the ball, 3:10. Let's see if we can kill this clock. Commanders have the lead. He never has possession of the ball, and he just kind of throws it into the breadbasket of Bill. No, veteran quarterbacks, make sure they get the ball. If it's a lost play, it's a lost play. If you don't have it, why are you trying to toss it off to your running back? That was maybe a little bit of his youth. You think a veteran quarterback maybe just tries to get control of that and live to fight another day. But they turned the ball over with 3:10 left, and then it's Bears. They were very smart with the clock. I can't say enough about Swift. That was shocking. He has been awful for them this season. And then he goes for 175 total yards. A lot with that one pass play that ended up being a touchdown. But I don't know. The Commanders, Daniels, his MVP number goes from 35 back to 50 after last night. That is a division that is wide open. We'll talk about with the futures. A wide open division because we got a bad Eagles team that everybody is chasing. And then is it like last year? After 6 weeks, everybody in the NFC North is above 500.
Let's give the Bears some credit, too. These are the games the last 4 or 5 years that they lost. They would find ways to lose close games. And in back-to-back games, granted, the bye week was in the middle there, they have found ways to win close games. I don't know if that's all Ben Johnson, but let's give Ben Johnson credit. He's put them in position to come out of these games with dubs, and they've done it against the Raiders and against the Commanders. So the Bears are 3-2. Everybody's happy. Nom, 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 nom. Victory chicken. It's all good. As for the Bills, let's go back to the first game. Yep. The Bills were 4-1 to win the Super Bowl heading into Monday night. BetMGM has them 6-1 now. And there are the Chiefs. There they are. Bang. 650. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. They're right there. So Buffalo 6, Chiefs 650, Lions 750, Packers 8-1. The Bills slide is very real. I don't think anybody in Buffalo thought they were going to lose to Atlanta. So this thing is tightening in terms of who's going to win the Super Bowl. Bills, Chiefs, Lions, Packers, all right there.
The Bears-Commanders game played closer than this one. There was no doubt. The Falcons, they outgained them by 152 yards. The Falcons have 210 yards on the ground. That was a concern going into this one. And maybe there were some Bills fans that were worried because they see that rushing defense and like, we don't have it. And then Bijan went wild. 238 total yards in the game, 170 on the ground. And we can't, Bijan's going to get all the attention here. Drake London was amazing. His number one receiver gets targeted 16 times by Penix. 158 yards, 10 grabs, and a touchdown. Wait, so this Bills defense is letting a rusher that everybody knew about go for 170 on the ground, 238 in the game. Their number one receiver go for 158 against a very young quarterback? There's cause for concern there, man. I know people are going to, let's talk about Josh Allen and the fumbles and the interception. Is it like the Allen pre-MVP? Whatever. You're going to be fine with Josh Allen. He's going to bounce back. He's going to have his monster games. I don't know about this defense. And they were beat up again last night on the injury front.
210 rushing yards for Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
210. That is not a team as currently constructed defensively that's going to win a Super Bowl. And I can say that because I was sitting here in this chair in the summer saying the Bills were going to win the whole thing. You're not going to win it all allowing 210 yards per game on the ground. Not going to happen.
Man, that was a difference without Kincaid. I wasn't expecting that. Like, he's been big, and we talked about it on the show yesterday. He was listed as questionable, and how much better he's been this year. A lot has been running through him, but I didn't expect the offense to struggle that much. Yes, the Falcons' defense is improving, but, man, that was rough. Josh Allen, 180 passing yards. 180 on this Falcons defense that a year ago everybody was laughing at. Don't have Kincaid. You have Cook, but he sat for almost half the game. Shocked by that. Are we going to find out about an injury? Don't know. The snap count, he was like 52% on the field. That was surprising. Your receivers that you've been depending on, nothing. Shakur, 33 yards. Keon Coleman, 11 yards in this game. They need this bye, man. They need to get right.
Yeah, get healthy. Figure it out.
Yep.
Stop the run. Figure out a way to stop the run. Otherwise, it's going to be a long season. As for baseball, Seattle just going to slug its way to the World Series. 10-3 last night. I had Toronto last night. I'm like, oh, that's a loser early. 10-3 Seattle. They're up 2-0 now in the ALCS. And the Dodgers, the team that I called the beer league softball team, beats Milwaukee 2-1. A dead under. Dodgers take game 1, and the Mariners up 2-0.
The 3, 4, and 5 spots all go yard for Seattle. All of them. And it's maybe not the guys you were expecting because it wasn't Cal Raleigh. It was the other dudes stepping up. Polanco, Naylor, Julio, all hit bombs. Like, Naylor and Polanco are the ones that had the massive games, multiple hits, including a homer last night. So, yeah, I mean, maybe Seattle's a beer league softball team. I don't know. They didn't need much out of their starter. That's the case when you post a 10 spot. And the Dodgers game against the Brewers, that came down to the very, very end. We have the same situation. We can get into this, I guess, but like another situation where, okay, we're going to intentionally walk Ohtani to get 2 Betts. Betts draws a walk, run scores. This happened in the last series, and what ended up being a massive insurance run last night for the Dodgers. Exact same scenario. Let's walk Otani, get to Betts, and then you end up walking Betts, even though that wasn't your intent to score a run. Brewers get out of that jam. They had an opportunity at the end, second and third, one out, and they only scratched one run. They had a couple walks there after that from the Dodgers bullpen. So they certainly had their chances, but only scratched one. So Dodgers up 1-0, Seattle up 2-0. Dodgers an odds-on favorite to win the World Series, Sam.
Mm-hmm. Blake Snell was awesome, too. 8
Yes,
innings, 10 Ks, right in Jake's eye.
Right after. And Jake did admit it yesterday. He's probably going to be good. He was really good. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk more MLB playoffs later this hour. Heisman watch on the other side. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
which means it's time for our weekly Heisman Watch. Who's rising? Who's falling? And is there a play to be made? It's Heisman Watch on BetSweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Yeah, we do this every Tuesday morning. We're going to continue that because Sam is in a great spot. I like one of my spots, not so much on the other one. BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app. Make sure you follow the show. Check it out. Listen on demand on a daily basis. YouTube, Twitch, at the BetMGM Network. Subscribe over on YouTube. All right, Heisman Watch. Let's go to the top of the board. Updated odds. Sam's happy. He's got Carson Beck back on top. I see a co-favorite situation going on. Plus 350 along with Simpson. You've got Beck and Simpson. And while we've talked about the idea that, it's going to be tough for Beck to impress, at least this week, he's got a Friday game. So it's kind of like an island game where you're going to be featured. So eyes will be on him on Friday night as Miami takes on Louisville. Beck and Simpson on top. Third favorite, Mendoza. Plus 550 of Indiana. And then we get to the Ohio State guys at 14-1. You've got Jeremiah Smith, Sayin, the quarterback, 15-1. Moore falls down to 17-1. Reed, 20-1, along with Chambliss there. Maeva, 22-1. Gunnar Stockton, 25-1. A big opportunity to impress this weekend. So that's where we are at the top of the Heisman odds board over at BetMGM. Sam, first thoughts.
I'm nervous about Marcel Reed. That's the guy that I feel like has a nice track to get hot and maybe take this over if A&M can keep winning these big games, right? That's the one guy that makes me nervous. I was on the flagship yesterday and Nick asked, who makes you nervous? Because I've got Beck and Simpson, believe it or not, at really good numbers. So as one handicapper would say, I maybe have cornered the market on the Heisman Trophy. To have Beck and Simpson co-favored, I'm in a good spot. But who ruins it, right? Who's going to rain on my parade? If I had to pick one guy, I think it's Reed, maybe Chambliss, but I don't know if Chambliss is going to play enough to win the Heisman. They got a big game this week too, Ole Miss. But those are the guys that kind of speak to me when you look at the board at MGM. It's not Mendoza. I like Indiana a ton. He was just okay against Oregon. He wasn't great. He was good. He wasn't great. And then the Ohio State guys, I've always thought they were going to kind of steal away from each other, like Sayin and Smith. They're both very good players, but how do you separate one from the other? So I'm okay there. It's not going to be Dante Moore. Nope. To me, it's Reed or Chambliss. Those are the guys that scare me the most.
I feel the media falling in love with Mendoza. Like, he's really good in the interviews. If you saw the post-game interview after they won, like, you can feel it. I thought he was going to be a bit higher because we talked about that idea. Okay, if Indiana wins, how high is Mendoza going to jump? He jumped a number of spots, just not high enough, but he does crack the top three right now. You're right about pointing out the Ole Miss Georgia game because the winner of that one is going to jump up. It kind of probably doesn't matter what the stats are. They're going to jump up. Now, if the stats are terrific, they're going to take a big leap forward, but they're bunched up in that same range. It's a good place to start. Who are you scared of since you've cornered the market? I was thinking about that this morning. So I was looking at on ESPN, they have the remaining strength of schedules. According to their numbers, these are, going to be the toughest ones. And I was looking at the tougher teams with the roads that they have, with the quarterbacks that have been loosely mentioned or let's say recognizable names, right? With the Heisman. And I was going through those, and Reed is in that conversation. Of the names I wrote down, he has the fourth toughest schedule, which is not a bad thing. It's actually a really good thing, right? Like, you have these opportunities to impress in front of the nation. If you need to jump up and get into this Heisman race, if you're looking for that, looking for value, you want guys that are going to have a tough road because that means they're going to have opportunity. So Reed was the fourth one I wrote down. I'm just going in order. This is not by favorites. And I'll just throw them at you and you tell me if they have a chance. I know where you're going to stand on this, but let's clear the record. Of the quarterbacks that have been mentioned, Oklahoma, tough schedule, ton of spots to improve, but to your awful off the injury. No, I'm just bringing. Sam, I'm not making a case. I'm just saying that he has a lot of big spots coming up. Does he not?
He does, but he ain't winning it. Ain't happening.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have to look back. I don't think we've ever had a Heisman winner where they have an awful game like that, right? Like I don't remember off the top of my head if it's ever happened.
It's only because he's hurt, though. Like, I'm not trying to say that things were lined up improperly. He just got hurt. And I also, I was talking to a couple guys last night, and they think Venables put him in a terrible spot. Terrible.
Yeah.
And
probably should have been
not
removed.
not only start him, but then not pull him when it was very obvious to anybody watching the game that it wasn't it, and he couldn't. Like, he was just out there whipping it, right? He didn't know where it was going. He had no idea where things were going. He was just out there chucking it. That was a bad look, I think, for Oklahoma. But unfortunately, for a lot of people that had good positions on Mateer, the kid just got hurt. I mean, if you get hurt, you're not going to win the Heisman, and that's what it was. If he's healthy, it's a much different conversation today, but he's not.
Yeah, after all that chatter about him, like, we've got to bring it up and, like, just say where we stand right now. There's a reason he's 100 to 1 at some spots. Okay, the range is 40 to 100. There's a reason for that. So yeah, that's the sentiment on him right now. I mentioned there's one I have a piece of that I feel is not an awful position. He'd have to some climbing to do. Yeah. So they have a tough schedule moving forward. A lot of spots to impress. They go to South Bend this weekend. Big win over Michigan over the weekend. South Bend. And then later in the year, they go to Oregon. So if he has a good run here, USC only one loss on the season. USC, if they're in the mix for the Big Ten at the end, he continues to put up the stats. He's number one in QBR, number one in EPA in the nation. He's 22 to 1 over at BetMGM.
Yeah, that's a guy who has two really high octane games too coming up. Not only at Notre Dame, but then you go at Nebraska. If you win both of those because of the quarterback, dead on. He's going to elevate for sure. He could be one of those guys in that 10 to 1 range for sure. I mean, if they beat Notre Dame in South Bend, you're going to see that price get halved. And then if they beat Nebraska, man, I mean, he could just be on the elevator right near the top. And then you beat Northwestern at home. You beat Iowa. Then you go to Oregon. A 10-1, potentially 11-1. Well, you're going to beat UCLA. You should, barring something crazy in the water in Los Angeles. You should win that one. So look, if you go 11-1 and he keeps putting up numbers, maybe that's a guy that I should add to my scared list. I didn't have him. I'm more scared of Reed because I think A&M's a better team, but the path is certainly there for Maava. As for the Heisman poll that we brought up last week from The Athletic, so they have Mendoza number one. He's got 68 points. They do first, second, and third place votes. Mendoza in first, 68. Ty Simpson has 43. So a nice gap there between Mendoza and Simpson, which you just talked about. The media definitely likes Mendoza. And then Ruben Bain is on line 3 with 20 points. Carson Beck only has 5 points in this poll.
Why?
I don't know. Because he has a punchable face, maybe?
Like, the stats are there, too. He's 6th in the nation in QBR. Like, right there with Sayin and Stockton. Like, I don't understand it. I don't get it, man. Did you want the on 3 one?
Sure. Yeah. Let's see what they think. What do they have Carson Beck? 11th?
No, they have him 4th.
Oh, okay. Same as the Athletic poll.
They go Ty Simpson, Mendoza, Bain, Beck, Chambliss, your top 5.
Oh, Chambliss isn't even on this list at the Athletic. So that's interesting.
Huh. Might be in a week after Saturday. Could be.
So do you think USC is going to beat Notre Dame? Not can they, because of course they can. Do you think they're going to go to South Bend and win?
Man, it's just gonna be a shootout back and forth.
Yeah, and the running backs are hurt too. That's the other thing. USC's top 2 running backs are both hurt. So if it's going to happen, it's going to be via the right arm of Maeva.
Yeah. I'm thinking very close game. That's what I'm thinking. Like if Notre Dame wins by multiple scores, that would surprise me a little bit. But I want to think more about that. But I tell you, with Notre Dame, the concern is always the pass defense, right? And have they faced a quarterback like this? Nope. So that would scare me a little bit. The over is jumping this week for a reason. So, yeah, no, it's going to be a good matchup, man. Looking forward to it. It's been a while since we've seen Notre Dame and USC both at the same time, looking good, and facing off under the lights over in South Bend. I want to throw one name that is off the radar. He should be off the radar, but I'm just asking, path-wise, could he get back into the conversation? Was there at the start of the year. The numbers have not been impressive, okay? 9 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. I'm only asking because people know the name. Team could have success. Will have opportunities to impress, okay? Talking about Nussmeier. Tough schedule moving forward. LSU only has 1 loss. Next 3 games. At Vandy, hosting Texas A&M, at Bama. They end the season at Oklahoma. So there's a lot of spots. If we see last year's Nussmeier, where, whoa, maybe he could enter the conversation. He's 55-1. It's a long shot. Should be a long shot. Had 2 picks last week. Do you see a path for Nussmeier, or are you looking at their offense right now and saying, no, it's not going to work?
The path is there, but I feel like they want you to bet Nussmeier. They're willing to push him out. You know, you mentioned 55-1. I saw a 70-1 at one sports book.
Whoa.
So it feels like they want you to come in and bet Nuss. I don't think he's that good. I don't. So I wouldn't be burning any money on Garrett Nussmeier. That's a personal preference there. I understand, though, when we talk about path, it's there. But to expect him to beat all those teams, I don't think it's going to happen. I feel a lot better about Ty Simpson, you know, given the path. And obviously he's one of the co-favorites. Look at that path. After beating Georgia, Vandy, and Mizzou, bang, 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 you got Tennessee up next at home. You go at South Carolina. You're home against LSU. You're home against Oklahoma. Then you play, for some reason, you play Eastern Illinois in the middle there, okay? And then you wrap up the season at Auburn. He made some throws in that Mizzou game. I watched the entire game, Bama, Mizzou. That fourth quarter, he was exceptional. And there were some Jets fans I saw on social, like, oh, there's our next quarterback. I'm like, oh, great. Let's ruin his life. Let's bring him to the Jets. Yeah, that'll fix everything, right? That will be the answer. Ty Simpson will save the Jets. All that said, I think that path is reasonable. And I like Bama. I think Bama against Tennessee, better team. Bama better than LSU. Bama better than Oklahoma. And Bama should beat Auburn. It was funny because we had Brad Powers on this show before the season, and he said Alabama was his team to beat across the entire nation. And then they lost to Florida State, and everybody's like, oh, well, they stink now. Maybe just a bad spot. Maybe just a bad game. Maybe a lot of things went against them. They've been very impressive, Joe. And Matoy Pearson, who I talk to every single week, he's got Bama as his number 2 team in power rating right now. Ohio State 1, Alabama 2, Miami 3.
One quarterback that I was very surprised, an SEC guy, where they are in the stats, and they're going to have a big chance to impress this weekend, Gunnar Stockton. Is that a guy you're concerned about at all?
No.
I wouldn't be either. I'm like 6 passing touchdowns, but I'm like, how is he this high in all of these numbers? He does have 6 rushing touchdowns, but yeah, even if they win against Ole Miss, I wouldn't be concerned. Read my Ava. Those are the two. And if you're betting one, if you were to jump in on one, would it be Maeva just because of this weekend?
Are you going to call your shot? If you tell me they're going to beat ND, I'll jump in right now.
Let me get back to you. I think there's a very good chance that they do. See, I'm holding the ticket too, so like I'm a little biased on that.
I could jump in.
I think they
I
very
could
well
jump
could.
in right now on Jaden Maeva.
What's the best number you see?
25.
Yep. That's what I see. Somewhere in that range. All right. We'll talk about it. I know we'll talk about that game a whole lot throughout the week. MLB playoffs, give you latest odds, maybe some MVP looks for the World Series next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
clubbies last night. Our clubbies. You guys know what I mean? Clubhouse attendants. One of our clubbies gave Mookie a ride. It's a pretty long walk from here all the way out to the cars. And passed me right by like I wasn't even there. Like, zzz. I'm like, hey, 10 years, I've never gotten a ride. There's Mookie in front smiling.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Brewers manager Pat Murphy there, Joe O. Sammy P. The CS continues. We had a couple of games yesterday, so we have 2 Monday night games. We have 2 CS games, and it was Seattle clubbing Toronto by a score of 10-3, and the Dodgers survive against Milwaukee to get the NLCS going. Dodgers up 1-0, Seattle up 2-0. Sam, I think it's worth taking a look at the updated World Series and the pennant odds. In the World Series, I mentioned that the Dodgers are odds-on favorite. That's the best price that you can find, minus 105. After one game in the NLCS, they are minus 105 favorites to win the World Series. Seattle, of course, with a 2-0 advantage. Your second favorite at plus 175. Then it's Milwaukee 9-1, Toronto 14-1. Seattle minus 650 favorites in the AL. Dodgers $4 favorites in the NL. Anything, any particular numbers stand out to you?
Well, I am kicking myself, as one does, when his co-host bets Dodgers World Series, and he does not. Just like, why didn't I just jump in? And Corby's going to jump on the show in the next hour. Corby's got so much 5 and 6 to 1 Dodgers. He told me point blank, this is the time. Just jump in, bet it. He was talking Teoscar at 100 to 1, Dodgers World Series, and I'm like, I don't want to bet the favorite. And I look at MGM minus 120 now on the Dodgers. They're going to just win the whole thing again, aren't they? Like, we all know that.
Mm-hmm. I hope so. I think so. I think here's what I see when I talk to a lot of people about this. They're just hoping. Like, they know it's probably not going to happen. It's just something that they would like to see. Like, anybody but. It's a lot of anybody but the Dodgers. But what do you really think is going to happen? Like, yeah, I think the Dodgers are going to win. But I really like to be Milwaukee. I think that'd be a cool story. Or Seattle would be awesome too. Of course, before things got going. Toronto, that was being talked about. Like, they're just like anybody. It's like this hope of anybody but. But do the Dodgers have their flaws? 100%. Is the bullpen a problem at times? Yes. Defense? Of course. But offensively, and there are just so many threats. I think it's a perfect example of what we saw a couple of times, what we've seen a couple of times so far in the playoffs. Okay, I don't want to face Ohtani, but here's Betts, and I got to pitch around him too. And then the next guy is no walk in the park because Teoscar's up next, and he's been on a hot streak, and he can go yard at any point in time. They just have so many weapons to throw at you in the lineup. It's scary, and they can play matchups all day as well, and they're just so much better than everybody else. They can win low-scoring games like last night. They can win softball games like Seattle ended up doing last night. It's just where it is, man. It's just such a smart organization. They're just following the rules of baseball. And it just feels like a lot of people don't like the rules of baseball, so they're trying to take it out on the Dodgers. They're sick of the Dodgers, maybe where people were with the Chiefs a couple of years ago. But yeah, I do think they're going to win. I'm not saying that you should bet it at minus 105 right now, but yeah, that's what I think happens.
Well, give us an MVP then, because if we're going to have this conversation about how the Dodgers are probably going to win the World Series, and I agree with you, as somebody who has no Dodger stock, they're probably going to win. Look at these prices now. It's funny because before the playoffs, we were talking about Freddie Freeman at 40 to 1. Mookie Betts was 50 to 1. Teoscar was 100 to 1. Those prices obviously much lower now, but Freeman is 9. Mookie is 14. Teoscar, God, man, Teoscar's 15 to 1. I didn't bet 100. I had it. I hovered on Teoscar and did not get there at 100. I hate myself so much.
I bet 2 Dodgers before the playoffs. I bet Teoscar at 100. I bet Muncie at 100. We'll see.
And Muncie hasn't had a great postseason, but it's
No.
not like the Conn Smythe. It doesn't matter what you've done. It matters what you do. It's just a World Series award. It's a best of 7 award. So those are great bets, man. Muncie now is 50, but again, he could win. Why couldn't he win? If he gets hot at the right time, he's going to turn it up. Blake Snell is all the way down to 20-1 to win the World Series MVP.
Ooh. I don't see it. Like, he's been on this awesome run. But the thing is, for the World Series MVP, for it to be a pitcher, we know the drill. It's probably going to have to be a starter that carries the team that appears in 3 games, right? Like, that's Mad Bum. What's his face with the Nationals? Strasburg. Like, that's what you have to do. I don't think the Dodgers are going to do that. Jake, before we get to the other side, as far as Dodgers potential MVP, is there anybody worth betting at this point?
I had only bet one guy before the postseason started. I said it, Kike Hernandez, 500-1. I put that in a couple weeks ago. 2 for 4, another double last night. He's been awesome. He's down to 50. He's at the bottom of the lineup, but I still think he can win. He shows up every postseason, and all he does is hit. I did add somebody over the weekend from the Dodgers. I added Betts just because if we're going to do this song and dance with him where they're going to pitch around Ohtani to get to him, it feels like at some point he's going to have a big hit and just have a home run or a bases-clearing double. So I added some bets. Shout out BetMGM. They gave me like a 30% boost on that too. So I'm in on bets. I'm in on Hernandez. I do think the Dodgers just win. Over the weekend, though, I was going through World Series stuff that I had, and I found a truly hilarious, as I'm known to do, parlay for futures that now only requires the Dodgers to get home at 30-1. This was placed on September 25th, which, if you remember, is the Seahawks-Cardinals Thursday night football game where the room was all over Torrey Holton overs. So we went under. That was also Ryder Cup. So I paired Holton under, Europe to win, and the Dodgers to win the World Series. Completely forgot that was in the account and found that over the weekend. So stupid.
What are the odds?
30-1.
Okay.
So,
Paul, yeah. What about, okay, let me throw one Dodger at you before we move on. Will Smith is 45. Is that worth anything?
He was great in the division series, and he was on base a couple times last night, too. The thing with the Dodgers is you're throwing darts. Like, they have all of these stars. It's just who do you think is going to show up? Will Smith definitely could do it. Teoscar could do it. Muncie could do it. Maybe it's just Ohtani. Probably not. He's been terrible. Betts could do it. It could just be Freeman again. He had another home run last night. So he's hot again.
Yes,
you're just throwing darts. If it was going to be a pitcher, though, maybe it's the only pitchers I would bet with the Dodgers would be Sasaki or Glasnow, like guys who could start and or come out of the bullpen for multiple innings. I never
Glasnow?
and
we'll hear about him
famously.
in 10 minutes.
Yeah, forever in perpetuity. But otherwise, I'm good on the pitchers. But you're throwing darts in this lineup, and if you can, maybe you just want to take the shots with Muncie at 50-1, or Hernandez is still 50-1. It depends.
Look at that screen. Ohtani's 3-1 for World Series MVP. The NLCS were 1 game in, and Ohtani's 3-1 for the World Series MVP. Caleb Rowley, apparently, too. He's up there, plus 650. Look, so that's what I'm thinking. Seattle side. I've got a couple Dodgers. We gave you some options if you want to jump in on Dodgers now. What do we want to add from the Seattle side? If we're going to make this assumption, of course, long way to go. Like, we're only 2 games in, but you see the price. It's Seattle minus 650 to win the AL pennant. Where do we want to go in this Seattle lineup? There are some value spots for sure outside of Raleigh.
I have one answer with a bullet.
Do a quick search.
What'd you say?
His real name is Caleb, which makes me hate him.
I know.
That is his real first name. I didn't know that until just now. Okay, Jake, you want to do 3, 2, 1? Because I have a name too, and I think we have the same name. You ready?
All right, let's do it. Yep.
3, 2, 1. Randy.
Polanco.
Naylor.
Oh.
You guys all went different, you idiot. I was hoping you were going to help me because they're all about the same number. They're all 35 to 40 to 1. And
Ken Griffey.
You all went somewhere different.
Ichiro.
Somebody took Polanco. Wait, so somebody put, what were the names that were mentioned? Somebody said Naylor. Is that Paul?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. And Jake, you said who?
I said Polanco.
You said Polanco. You said Naylor. And Sam said
Randy.
Arozarena.
They're all 35 or 40. I want one of them, but I don't know which one to
I'm
go
betting
with.
them all.
3, 2, 1. Here's 3 different names.
I'm going to parlay
There's
them all
3
to
names,
win World Series
all
MVP.
at the same price. Yeah, Rosarena, the leadoff. Polanco, your 4, hits a homer. Your 5, Naylor, hits a homer last night. Okay, same number. Suarez, are we scratching him off?
Yes.
I'm good. He's done Zippo.
Yeah.
I'm making the case for Polanco because he's been the dude. In the division series, hits the home run too. Like, he's just shown up in every single clutch moment. And he's in that 4 spot. So he's going to be in the position to score runs and drive them in.
Naylor, the 5 spot. That's the RBI spot, Paul. Why'd you pick him?
And I feel like he's been the toughest out. Again, like, I watched more of that series against the Tigers than I probably ever should have, but it just felt like he was a tough out every time. And I mean, again, he's in that RBI spot, and he's got the power, and he can go oppo, complete hitter, and just it all kind of lines up. But it could be any of those guys. Like, all 3 of those guys I could consider, but I just chose Naylor.
I think we
Sam, I'm going to bet 2,
across.
And then the winner's going to be the one I don't bet. I'm betting 2 of them, and the winner's going to be the one I don't bet.
Randy's going to win. I think we may have just
Randy?
uncovered a new segment. 3, 2, 1. Go.
It's good. We got a lot of segments in the hopper. Fancy talk. We've got 3, 2, 1 going on. We got a lot of stuff that we've got to work out coming up. Corby Craig drops by next. Joe O, Sammy P, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
the end zone. It is Daniel Hill, the 244-pound running back with a touchdown reception.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P with you on a Tuesday. Lot to digest, everything going on, NFL, college football, and, of course, Major League Baseball. We're bringing in our buddy Corby Craig right here on Bet Sweats. Make sure you follow him on X at CorbyBO, betterodds.co. Corby, we were just talking some baseball, and Sam mentioned it a number of times on the show. I wanted to thank you. I'm like, you know what? Corby's right. It's Dodgers. Why we messing around? You got to grab as much Dodgers as you can at a decent price. And you look now, they're odds on, man. You got to lay a price if you want to take the Dodgers one game into the NLCS to win the World Series.
Yeah, it felt silly going into the wild card. They were 6-1 to win it all. I talked about it to Sammy. I was like, what are we doing here? Even if you don't like the Dodgers, like, this team is an all-star team. Like, I mean, their 9-spot hitter is a guy who almost made their 8 spot is quite literally a guy who won the NLCS MVP last year. So, like, what are we talking about here? So it's interesting to see play out. Obviously, they had to play the Phillies. Phillies a great team, and that was even though they won 2-1, it was a really good series. But inevitably, Cream's gonna rise to the top. Feel pretty good. I've been buying all year from preseason to current, and I've stopped now, Joe. I'm not buying the odds-on favorite, but have some pretty good positions there.
Yeah, were the Phillies a great team, though? Honestly, Paul, resident Phillies guy, told us famously on the show, the Phillies should not be favored to win the World Series. There was a time where the Phillies were 4-1 and the Dodgers were 6-1. And that was the point when you told us to just buy. If there was a bet to make right now for MVP, we just went over a couple of guys, and then we're going to talk a ton of college football here. But you got, Freddie's 9, Mookie's 14, Teoscar's 15. You go a little bit lower. There's Will Smith at 40, Muncie at 50. Any of those numbers, Page's 50. Any of those numbers stand out?
I mean, Will Smith is swinging a hot bat. Well, the issue is Will Smith is one of the most consistent just teammates. He's going to give you a bloop single. I don't know if it's enough to win an MVP. I would say Teoscar still at 15 feels crazy. I think we talked about this on the pre-playoffs at Teoscar was 75 up to, I believe I heard, Joe, you have 100. So 15, you're starting to get to the point where it's okay, we're getting a little close here. But at the end of the day, he's going to be the 4 spot. He's going to be the 5 spot on a team who seems to be thriving off home runs. They're not giving up any runs. So a Teoscar home run could very easily flip a series in the World Series. Blake Snell is going to pitch 8 innings of 1 hit, no walk baseball. A single shot home run might win you the MVP at this point.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's go to some college football. Before we dive into this week's slate, I was curious where you stand on just the big picture stuff. When you look at the national championship, okay, I think we're finally figuring things out where these teams actually are. It's Ohio State by themselves. Then you've got to pretty much double the odds. Ohio State, your favorite, plus 350 over at BetMGM. It looks to be one of the best prices in the market. Then you double it to Bama at plus 700. Then you get down to Miami, the 3rd favorite, Indiana, the 4th favorite after what they were able to accomplish over the weekend. What do you think of how they stack up now? Ohio State, Bama, Miami, and Indiana.
Yeah, I think there's a couple fraudulent teams in that list. One of which not being Ohio State. I have famously on shows said my bold prediction was Ohio State, the national favorite to win the national championship, and I'm sticking with that one. This team is great. So Ohio State number 1, not close. I still think 350 is probably a little light. I bet the 5-1s, I believe 2 weeks ago, and in the last 2 weeks, have we been blown away by these other teams? Not really. You go to an Indiana, yes, they just won the recency game. They look great. Do I think that they have built a lasting ability to win a national championship? That's a hard thing to do. Especially the 12-team playoff. You're gonna have to go through a lot of games. I'm not sure Indiana is to that nature yet. Miami, Shout out Sammy P. We have some Carson Beck Heismans. I think that's one that will steam up throughout the course of the rest of the year. They play nobody for the rest of the year. So, like, I mean, they're not going to lose a game. So I could see them being in the second spot. And then Alabama, of course, it's where I'm from. 20 minutes out of Tuscaloosa. I want to root for the Tide. But every time I watch this team, I think they have so many flaws. Like, even in the Missouri game, we watched Missouri win the EPA per play battle. Like, I'm not blown away. Jam Miller got hurt. If Jam Miller's hurt, that kills this offense. I don't think it's a long-term injury, but still just worth noting. I have Ohio State pretty easily the number one. And then number two, which is going to shock both of you. I was shocked this morning when I saw it. Again, these are just numbers. They pop out, and I just read them off my paper. Oregon at number two. Still, no matter the loss, I still have Oregon in the second best team in the nation. So a little look ahead. I bet Oregon this week, and then I bet some Oregon national champ this week.
Yeah, that would be the time to jump in at 10-1. I mean, I've always thought you want to buy off a loss, especially considering they're likely going to get in. I mean, even if they lose one more game, they're still in. With 2 losses, they're still a playoff team. I love their roster. I don't know about the quarterback. I think we got a little too excited collectively about Dante Moore. Not Joe and I, but I think everybody was kind of cramming Dante Moore Heisman down our throats, and he's a fine player. But clearly he's not going to win the Heisman Trophy. So I don't think 10-1 on Oregon's a bad idea, considering they were, 5-1, 550 literally 3 days ago. So that would be a good entry point, I think, on Oregon. Are there any bets you made early for the coming Saturday?
Yeah, a little hindsight there. I took Oregon minus, I believe, 16. I see some 17s now. That would be fine. I mean, did we watch that Rutgers-Washington game collectively? Rutgers couldn't stop us 3 on offense. If we decide we're going to run the power I, Sammy's the running back, they're not stopping us. So I don't see how they stop Oregon at a single skill position. I took Oregon. It looks like 17.5 now. That would be a little less fun, but still think it's the wave there. I just think Rutgers' run defense, I know they're like top, or they're outside the top 80 in EPA rush. That this defense is just awful. Oregon is going to run the ball through their throat, whether that's short screen passes, whether that's from the traditional run. Like, I don't think Rutgers has any way to stop it. So took the 17 there. And then just some nasty ones. I laid the favorite on Florida State. I believe they're going cross country as well, getting, I think, 17.5, 18 versus Stanford team, who we talked about in preseason. Stanford, not sure they have 2 opposable thumbs on the team. They just are not a good football team. So, yes, Florida State's look bad, but inevitably they have the talent, they have the coach, and they like to run up the score. So 17.5 there versus Stanford team, who might lose to my UAB Blazers. And we just lost our head coach. So this is just overall a pretty ugly season for college football.
The Notre Dame USC numbers up to 9.5. Feels like a lot to me. 9.5 total keeps on jumping. We're at about 62. Should be an absolute shootout. Fun game to watch on Saturday night. What are your early thoughts on USC Notre Dame?
Yeah, it seems really high. I would look into why maybe that is. I make this 5, so 9.5 really high. I actually lean towards the under, which is interesting. There's been a group that has bet Notre Dame unders every single game this year. I don't know how that's working out for them. I'm not saying that that's a good thing, but they have bet the under every single week. So I don't hate that my number leans under. But now having an opponent that is competent, like I've bet Notre Dame unders versus, say, Boise State. But now with USC on the others, and I'm not running to the fence to bet that under. But the dog does look pretty interesting there.
They're 0-6. They're 0-6, those unders.
0-6?
Yes.
Maybe on close.
Every game's gone over.
We did win the
I'm
Boise
sorry.
State game.
I'm sorry
Boise
about
State.
that. Yeah.
It's the only one I remember.
The last couple. The first 4 were over, and then the last couple have gone under. You're correct.
Okay. Joe was talking about guys that scare you for Heisman because, I mean, Corby, we've got Beck. I also added some Simpson, and we were talking basically about who's going to hurt me, like who's going to kill me, who's going to put me in a coffin. And I thought initially Marcel Reed, and then Joe said, what about Mayava? And you look at their schedule, if they beat Notre Dame on Saturday, it really opens up for them. They have a big game against Oregon where even if they don't win, he can put numbers up. maybe that's not a bad idea, Mayava, like to kind of buy some insurance off of the Beck and Simpson position that I've created for myself.
Yeah, the only issue you'll run into like with a guy like Mayava is the bias of the West Coast. You know, we've seen this for years. There's only been 2 USC players from at least my memory that's won the Heisman. Reggie Bush, who famously gave it back, unfortunately for him, and then Caleb Williams. And those are generational players. Like, is he a generational player? I don't know. Granted, it's 2025. Like, are people staying up for games? Are games being streamed easier? Is there more eyeballs on the USC games? Most likely, yes. But I do think that there is something at least to be said about this West Coast bias of like the primetime games are getting all the eyes. And the best thing you have going for you, Sammy, we've talked about this a million times. Who does Carson Beck play in the next? I mean, until the college football playoffs. I mean, it basically comes down to, is Cristobal going to let Carson Beck put up numbers? That's really the only question we have here. He's going to play nobody that is competent enough to stop that offense. So I think it's Beck's to win. I just don't think Ty Simpson is that good. Mendoza, like, great story. Maybe I'm too bearish on him. He's looked good. Reed would be good, and then Sayin, of course, I think Ohio State's best team in the nation. So it would make sense for Sayin to be good, but he started off so slow. Like, I think it would be tough to put up the numbers. Like, Carson Beck has done this every single week now. So I think it just comes down to, do you think Miami is going to let the Carson Beck Heisman Trophy take precedence in games that they blow out, or are they just going to rest him on the sideline? I think so far we've seen that he's going to play. So if you're someone on this show sitting at 27-1 Heisman, I would say that you're in a pretty good spot.
37.
He knew there was a 7 at the very end.
Bless you.
Over the summer. Corby Craig with us, BetSweats, BetMGM Network. Some of the sharper books have moved Georgia's 7.5. A lot of 7s out there. Now there's some 7.5. Any thoughts on Georgia Ole Miss?
I took some 7 with Ole Miss, so that's interesting. They moved 7.5. That's never fun. This is a weird one for me. It's like a little stingy bet. I'm one of those guys who, like, if you don't show up for the Washington State games, I really genuinely I don't care. I think that in an SEC environment where every single game is going to be tough, even the Kentuckys can give you a sweat. I believe Kentucky covered against Ole Miss. Like, they have to be ready every single week. So when Washington State comes in, they're 32-point dog. Like, I don't really worry that much that Ole Miss didn't show out. So I would say the market's probably overreacting to what happened. That said, you can't win that game by 3. Like, win it by 15, and it's like, all right, well, we weren't prepared. But I think this team is good. I think you get a quarterback change. The longer into the season you go, the better it's going to be. And that was just kind of a hiccup. So I would say I probably downgraded them a little bit on, like, all sides of the ball, but significantly less than I would assume most people did.
How challenging has it been to power rate North Carolina this year? I imagine it's not been easy. I mean, they're bad, but I don't think a lot of people thought they were this bad, giving you time to clickety-clack there. But, like, from a power rating standpoint, like, where did they start and where are they now for you?
Yeah, I don't have my season start. I should. I'm slacking, but I do have them. I like the dog this weekend. I will say, like, this is one of those teams that I would hate to say that, like, I blacklist anybody, especially betting. Like, if the number's right, I'm going to bet it. But this is one of those teams, like, it's pretty hard to know what they're going to do, like, at all, after probably week 3. Watching that Charlotte game, I was like, all right, I don't want to put real life money on this team. The second I knew it was over, it was 2 weeks ago, Sam. College football game day, called in Bill Belichick. And they're like, Bill, like, how's everything going? Like, what do y'all need to work on to improve? Like, how do you feel about the state of the program? And I don't know if anybody on the show watched that. He said, yeah, like, we're looking good. We just need to work on a couple things. The running, the passing, the catching, the offense, and the defense. Oh, yeah. That's, gotcha, Bill. And then he proceeded to say the rest of the show basically, like, we've never had a recruiting class. Like, we got in all these violations. Like, we haven't had a recruiting class. Next year's our year. And as he's on game day, like, recruits are coming up while they're warming up for the Clemson game. Recruits are coming up. He's talking to them. And you can tell, like, he does not care about this team. He cares about, like, trying to turn a program around. Now, can he do it? I'd be a skeptic. But, like, after that, I have put a big X on North Carolina. If my number says bet North Carolina, I will not be. When your coach says that you need to learn how to do everything better, like, you're in a pretty bad spot. So I found myself betting some overs. Just think their defense really stinks. And then you're just hoping that they can learn how to pass, run, and catch.
Yeah, good stuff. We've got about 15 seconds of the other big games. LSU, Vandy, Tennessee, Alabama. Do you have any quick thoughts or bets on any of those?
I'm going to take you to the biggest game of the weekend, boys. Penn State,
There you go.
Iowa, 37
Yes.
and a half. What are we doing here? It's too low. It's too low. I know Drew Allen's hurt. I know the coach is gone. I know all these things. But last week it was 46 and a half. The look ahead moving 9 points.
Wow.
I took the over 37 and a half. I can't get there. It's going to be, I'm not going to watch it. It's going to be the worst game of the weekend, but technically prime time. So the over 37 and a half.
At Corby BO over on X. Make sure you follow him. Thank you, Corby Craig, Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk some NFL team futures next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Interesting formation. Dart. Is he going to take off again? He might have to, but no, he finds an open man and hits him. Robinson stays in bounds. Robinson's going to go all the way for a touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Good stuff with our buddy Corby Craig. A lot of college football there. Maybe you want to consider Oregon. Even though the team's at the very top, you look at it after Ohio State, there's some enticing numbers there, but you're probably going to have to take down those very tough Buckeyes. And his thoughts on the Dodgers, good stuff. He's all over that team. Not saying you'd bet him now, but certainly worth taking a look, trying to find some other angles to bet Dodgers. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. One game today. We'll probably talk about it later on as we go through some of these numbers today here on Bet Sweats. How about some NFL team futures? We do this on Tuesday. We'll do awards coming up as well. Will Brinson, 11 a.m. Eastern. But Sam, we've got to talk about the Super Bowl odds because there's been a lot of movement. Not crazy reaction, overreaction, I don't think. But you look at the top five, you have all of these teams sliding around based on the most recent results. And we have to begin with last night because they're still on top, but it is really close. Bills slide back after back-to-back losses, okay? I thought this was worth noting. I don't think you want to run too far with it. I just thought it was interesting. So the Bills go off to a 4-0 start, right? And now they've lost 2 games. That 4-0 start, the 4 teams they beat, have a combined record of 3-21.
Ooh.
3-21. Baltimore, New York Jets, Miami, New Orleans. Obviously, that's a little flawed because nobody thinks the Ravens are going to be this awful all year once Lamar is healthy. But that was surprising when we make fun of the Patriots because they're playing nobody, and that is still the case moving forward. But the Bills haven't really beaten anybody yet.
I would hate to be fielding phone calls today on WGR. That would not be fun. We've all been there. We've all done that. Nobody wants to field phone calls after a bad loss. And that was a very, very bad loss, especially considering the Bills gave up 210 yards on the ground. That's a problem. Yet, here they are, still favored to win the Super Bowl. I think their ceiling is very high. Obviously, as we've seen, though, their floor is very troublesome. I'm not wavering off my Super Bowl pick, though, and as we've talked about, I make 1 Super Bowl pick, not 5. So I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to keep the Bills pick. Here's the problem, though. I went Bills over Niners. There will not be a warm body on the Niners in the month of November. Like, everybody will be hurt. Everybody will be on the gurney. It's tough, man. Like, Bills over Niners. I feel good about the Buffalo side, even though they just lost last night. I still think the Bills are good. I think they're going to be fine. Optimistic, of course. The Niners, though, they just keep losing important players. I don't remember a franchise over the last, 4 years that's been as injury-riddled as the Niners have. Name me a team that's been more unlucky with injuries than San Fran.
Can't. Chargers?
No. Close, but not like San Francisco.
Yeah. Still 4-2. Still 4-2 on the season. But yeah, it's going to fall apart. Fred Warner, that was another level. Bosa's one thing, but Fred Warner, the captain of the defense, the guy that calls everything, now you're down both of your top 2 defenders. Come on. What else is next? Who else? It was one thing with all the offensive players. Now the defensive players are going down. All of your impactful dudes. They're still, 25-1? Do not bet it. We are not suggesting it. We're just giving you the updated number. Yeah, 25-1 for the Super Bowl. See, the thing is, if you took the Chiefs for the Super Bowl, you don't need to move on to another team because you look smart right now because they win Sunday night over the Lions and they become the second favorite. They're right there with the Bills and the odds. So they go from 10-1 to 7-1, your second favorite. Packers win, don't impress over a bad Bengals squad, 8-1. Lions are the fourth favorite at 9-1. It's Sam. The Eagles are still in the top 5 for the Super Bowl odds, 12-1.
Why did I saw this yesterday. Why did Zadarius Smith retire? Do we have any intel on that?
Did?
He just
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, you didn't see that yesterday? I was like, whoa, that kind of came out of nowhere. He's like, oh, I'm just not going to play football anymore. 17 hours ago, he just decided he was going to retire mid-season. That's a huge deal for their pass rush, man. And they were kind of searching for answers on the pass rushing side. Here we go from Yahoo Sports. Darius Smith announces retirement after 11 seasons in the NFL. Quote, I knew this day would come, but now that it's here, I'm feeling so many emotions I never expected. Who would have thought that a kid from Greenville, Alabama, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Mid-season. Hanging him up. Mid-season.
Wow. That was a question mark to start the season. And as we played, it's getting thinner and thinner over there. I'll just say it. The Eagles are not winning the East, okay? They're not. Based on what I've seen, can they turn it around? Can they look better? Yeah. I don't think they have enough, man. I don't trust this offense enough. Like, I'm not buying it. But so then you get Washington. They're the second favorite. They come out and lose at home last night, Monday Night Football, to the Bears. Close game, end up losing. They don't have two of their top receivers. We all know the story. Who's winning the East? Who is it?
Giants.
Cowboys? We've named the four teams. It's going to be one of them.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yes.
I'll play 3, 2, 1. Ready? Let's play 3, 2, 1 again. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Eagles.
Commanders.
Jake. Where's Jake?
Dead.
Bears.
Yes.
Saints.
Paul, why we're on the same page. Why'd you say Commanders?
It's a much of an Eagles fade. I think when healthy, the talent level is there. I think the defense there, it's not perfect. I trust Jaden Daniels. And again, with the Eagles, that defense is leaky. And now, like, you don't want to read too much into the Zadarius thing. Like, does it say anything about the locker room? I'm not going to necessarily go there, but it's a depth issue. They've been fugazi. Forget about the defense. I mean, that's got their own problems. Good half, bad half, good half, bad half, bad half, good half. Like, there's no consistency. I don't know if I can get there with the Giants right now. I mean,
no.
Jackson Dart, nice spark, and that D-line, that front four, certainly legit. Cowboys, I can't do it with the Cowboys. So, kind of process by elimination. Best quarterback when you're talking about a pure thrower in the division? No, Dak, you're right. But I think, all pieces combined just lands on Commanders for me at a plus price, short plus price.
Right. The price is how you really have this conversation, because if we were going to say who's going to win the division, I think we'd all say, well, maybe not all of us. I would say Eagles. But then when you put the minus 170 next to it, you're like, oh, no.
No, I would still say Commanders, actually.
Okay. I mean, I would say Eagles, but I wouldn't bet the 170.
Mm-hmm.
In order, I think I'd go Commanders plus 225, Giants 50-1.
Wow.
Eagles, Cowboys.
Giants
Cowboys
have
aren't doing this.
Giants go to Denver and Philly next.
You can wait on that. You can wait on that.
They're not winning both, so
no, they're
probably going to lose.
They could win. Well, the fact that they just beat the Eagles probably hurts them in that rematch game.
And you hate the Broncos, which we learned yesterday.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Shouldn't be laying. No. That has been true since August. I've been saying that since August. Bo Nick should not be laying a touchdown on anyone in this league.
But nobody here bet on that. We see upside, right?
On the Giants?
Except for Paul. No, the Broncos.
Oh.
I'm saying nobody was laying 7.5.
No, we had them in teasers. I just
Yeah.
love their coach. Like, their coach is special. I understand the Nick stuff, though. It is funny, though. We're like, oh, you can't lay points with the Broncos. And then they, like, absolutely pasted the Bengals. Granted, the Bengals stink. But, Yeah, I mean, like I'm not rushing to the window to lay over a touchdown with Denver. I agree with you, Paul.
Okay, let's play 3-2-1 AFC West.
Ooh, I
Got
love
the
this
Chargers
game. Best game
and
ever.
Broncos 4-2. The Chiefs are 3-3. The winner of the AFC West. 3, 2, 1.
Chiefs.
Denver.
Here we go.
I love this game.
Now I'm just trying to piss Paul off purposely.
Here we go.
Have fun with that. It's never the Chargers, right? I mean, with all the
No.
hits, they're
Out.
a mess.
And they're the second favorite behind the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Chiefs are plus 140. Sam's picked the Broncos plus 225 at BetMGM. I see a plus 250 out there. All right, Broncos. All right, Sam. I called you Broncos. Why is it not the Chiefs? We know the Broncos case. Why is it not the Chiefs?
Oh no, it's the Chiefs.
Okay.
I was just doing what I do, just trying to
I don't
stir the pot.
You got a chance. They're the third favorite, man. They have a chance.
I have no
4-2.
Broncos stock. I just, for the sake of 3-2-1, I just wanted to,
This game is going to be so awesome when we go region by region in the tournament in March.
Oh, yeah.
God.
Oh my God. Everybody's on
Purdue.
delay. Yes.
Yeah.
What other division? Yeah, okay, we've got to talk. I can't wait for Sam to just consume the content that is Boston later today as they sit with the Patriots in first place in the AFC East. That's real. It's a real thing. So I guess you have to have this real conversation. Of course, the Bills are still favored. They're both 4-2, but the Patriots beat the Bills, so they own that tiebreaker. The Patriots, you cannot find a 2-1 on the division. The shortest price I see on the Bills is minus 210 to win the division. Puncher's chance, or as the season plays out, we're going to see the separation.
Because of the schedule, of course they have a chance. And, when the Patriots played Buffalo on Sunday night a couple weeks ago, there was a live number as the Bills were beating the Patriots on Sunday night. There was a live price on New England, 25-1. I know that because my buddy who works at one of the bars downtown sends me a slip, and he's like, I just bet this. And he bet like $50 at 25-1. Just threw in my pen. Don't know why that happened. But he bet 50 at 25-1, and he's like, if they win this game, they could do it. And I'm like, they're not winning this game. Of course, that was the day that I had Bills Survivor with the boys, the 108 boys. So I'm like, I'm not even having this conversation right now. And then the Patriots win, and the price goes from 25 down to 6 or 5-1. And then they win again the following week, and the Bills lose again. So you look at the schedule. That's really important. At Tennessee, just fired the coach. Then you're playing Cleveland and Atlanta at home. Then you're at Tampa, which you could win. Then the Jets come to town. Then you're at the Bengals, home against the Giants. In that stretch, Titans, Browns, Falcons, Bucks, Jets, Bengals, Giants. I'm not saying run the table, but you're stacking a bunch of dubs there, Joe. No doubt.
Yep. So if you go to Tankathon and you look at the remaining schedule strength, the easiest. Okay, we go down to the bottom. Cincinnati's 31, second easiest schedule. Opposing winning percentage, 397. New England's is 308. That's an incredible gap. Massive gap. Jets twice, Titans, Browns, Dolphins, Bengals. They got two tough games the rest of the way. It's Tampa Bay, it's Buffalo. Buffalo revenge one's going to be tough, even though they're at home. And then it's the way Baker's playing. It's going to be difficult. Outside of that, I don't know, man. How many wins are we talking?
What's their record? 4-2?
4-2.
They're going over the win total. They just are.
Are they doing double digits?
I just rattled off Titans win, Browns win, Falcons, you could win. That's 7. At Bucks, let's call it a loss. Beat the Jets, beat the Bengals, beat the Giants.
12.
You're at 10 already with
12.
4 to go.
Are we going to be at 12?
12 moon.
Like the Vikings last year. It could be.
And then the Ravens game is the big question mark. Like, what do the Ravens look like on December 21st? Is Lamar back? Is the defense healthy? I don't know. I mean, just asking out loud. That was the one thing that a lot of people looked at in the summer. Look at this schedule. If the quarterback can play well, the schedule is very manageable. And the quarterback has been better than expected, no doubt.
It's early, so you're not going to have any runaways, but there's some fascinating division races. You know, Bears won last night. I got to say, I don't know who's winning the North. No idea. No idea. I'm not saying the Bears are part of that conversation. I'm talking about the other three teams. Maybe we'll get back to that. Joe O, Sammy P, awards also next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
A 1st and 5. Robinson off the right side, breaks free. Bijan Robinson spinning down the sideline, still going. Can they catch him? They cannot. Touchdown, Falcons, 81 yards.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe OSMP, few other divisions that we want to talk about. We'll get to that coming up, but a lot has changed, man, in this week when it comes to the awards market. Certainly worth discussing, and we begin with last night. You got a change in the MVP race as far as the favorite because Josh Allen lost again. Now they're going on bye, so it's going to be a few weeks where unimpressive stuff from Josh Allen, so he's no longer the favorite. There was this gap. We had talked about it. Should there really be? It's going to be challenging to go back-to-back, and he's out of that favorite spot. Good old Patrick Mahomes is there, 2-1. So it's Mahomes 2-1, Allen 3-1, Baker plus 350. That's your clear-cut top three in the MVP race. Any disagreement, Sam?
No, none. Mahomes before the Ravens game was 22-1 to win the MVP.
No way.
I know.
Jeez.
I know. I hovered for sure. Did not fire. That was the week that we did find ourselves. I think you did too. I know I did. I bet Chiefs plus, was it 2.5, I think, at home against Baltimore. You're like, that's a dumb number. Remember? Baltimore was favored in Arrowhead. You're like, that doesn't make any sense. So we bet Chiefs, and I wanted to get there. I'm like, I don't know. The offense looks janky. I don't trust them. They're not healthy. And then they dominate Baltimore, 37-20, I believe was the final. And here you are a couple weeks later, and he's favored at plus 200, BetMGM. Kicking myself, man. I kick myself a ton. That's one I wish I would have just bet. I mean, like, but you see it and you're like, well, why? They're giving it to you. They want you to bet this at 22.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't bite that bait, and I wish I did.
Baltimore game, 270 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Jacksonville, they lose, but 318 yards. Sunday night, Lions game, 257, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. So 8 touchdowns, 1 pick in the last 3 games since he was 22-1. Amazing. Baker getting a lot of love. Going to be tough for him to beat those top 2 guys, but I understand why Mahomes is favored. You got to drop Allen a little bit now after a couple of games. And this one shocked me. Just shocked me. I guess it makes sense a little bit. Man, I still wouldn't get it. I still disagree with this. And you'll probably think I'm an idiot because I'm holding the ticket. Dart is the favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Ibuka hobbled. We're waiting to see how serious the injury is. Dart is plus 125. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Ibuka is 4th in the NFL in receiving yards, and Dart has passed him up in odds.
Only because of the injury. And I know some people that have some really good bets. Falika's got 32-1 on Ibuka, and he's just crushed right now. Yeah, the group thread is not a happy place right now because he's got Ibuka, offensive rookie, and Puka, offensive player, and they're both hurt. Whew. And what do? You make good bets, you fire good numbers, and then guys get hurt. And I don't know how much time Ibuka is going to miss. I assume he's going to miss some time. I mean, like don't think he's not going to miss time. But that's why the move happened, because Dart is healthy and Ibuka's not. Everybody else, Genty 6, Warren 650, McMillan 9, Scadaboo 12. They moved Judkins out to 22, but really it's a move on Dart's brilliance so far. Maybe brilliance is the wrong word, but Dart's play. I mean, Dart has been good. He's made New York football exciting, at least on the Giants side of things. The Jets are not exciting, but that's it. Dart's playing well. Dart beats the Eagles. Ibuka gets hurt. That's the move.
Man, that is a big move. There's a lot of speculation out there. I saw like one Twitter doctor said the earliest he expects him is week 10. That would be rough. That would knock him out if that's the case. But Again, we're waiting to get word on the Bucks. So they go Dart, Ibuka, Genty, Tyler Warren, Tet McMillan, Krosky Merritt, 45-1. Man, there's some good enticing numbers. Like, I don't know. Is there a bet there anywhere? So like you mentioned the Ibuka number, how high he was. We talked about Dart before. He was a starter. You could have got him at 35-1. The guys on top, you had some big numbers in season. So maybe that's a lot of time. That's the best time. Be watching these things week to week for sure. And then you got a chance. Judkins didn't get injured, did he, over the weekend?
I didn't see anything. I was surprised to see him at 22.
There's a 30.
I don't think he's hurt, is he? I didn't see anything.
He just didn't get much of a chance in the field.
Yeah, here's a story from SI.com. Kevin Stefanski explains lack of Judkins against the Steelers. He was barely used in the Week 6 loss. In Week 5, he had 23 carries for 110 yards. Against Pittsburgh, he had 12 carries for 36 yards. So that's why.
Okay. That's an extreme move as far as I'm concerned. 1 week his usage is down and you're going to drop him. If we look at Cleveland moving forward, Miami, New England, Jets, some games he could impress. Okay. I think that's pretty interesting. That number's way too high for Judkins in my world. All right. Speaking of new favorites. So we got a new MVP. We've got a new offensive rookie of the year favorite. We've got a new defensive player of the year favorite. Benito of the Broncos, plus 350. He's the favorite, but it's really close because Hutchinson and Parsons right there at plus 360 rather.
Benito was unreal. And you look at the box score and you're like, oh, he only had 1 sack. He was everywhere. And again, I'm watching the game as we're doing Countdown to Kickoff. Nick and I are on this show together, and you're trying to watch the game, but you're also like reading the market and trying to understand what's going on. Kickoff is 90 minutes, 60 minutes, 30 minutes away, whatever. And every time I looked up, Benito's in the backfield. And you're just like, wow, he changes so many plays because of what he does. And look, last year, Surtain won, right? Didn't he win? I believe.
Yes, he did.
So this is another Bronco that changes games with the pressures. What's so funny? What did I do?
No, it's just, it would be funny if they go back to back with different players. So best defense. A lot of times that's what they do with this. A team that is viewed as the best defense. Okay, who's the best player on the best defense? And they're going to be up there near the top.
Best defense in the AFC West, one would say.
Not Paul.
I don't think Paul hates their defense. He hates their quarterback.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. The offensive player of the year is going to be fun. JT's your favorite 2-1. Bijan 4-1. Puka, third favorite, despite the injury, plus 550. JSN also plus 550. CMC 8-1. After that, it's a free fall into the 30s, Sam. So the market's kind of saying it's going to be one of these 5 guys. Jonathan Taylor, Bijan, Puka, JSN, or CMC.
I have been watching a ton of NFL, as I always do. There have been at least 4 times this year where I've had a game on. Well, maybe not 4. Maybe it's 3 because I have his game log up right now. But there have been 3 times now where I've been watching a game and they go, game break. Oh, JSN touchdown. You're like, wow.
Yeah,
we bet him so many times last year to score. How many times have we bet a JSN touchdown last year and he didn't score? He has been unreal, but it's been the targets. They've been feeding him the ball. 13, 10, 9, 13, 6, 5. Okay, 5's not big. But generally speaking, they're getting him the ball. They're throwing his way. And I remember, I'll never forget the bowl game when Olave and Garrett Wilson opted out to go to the draft. And we were all like, oh, let's bet the other side. I think it was Utah. I think Ohio State played Utah. I'm going totally off memory here. Well, Olave, Garrett Wilson, 2 NFL receivers. Like, let's bet the other team, of course. And Smith and Jigba had like 300 receiving yards in the bowl game. Like, Who is this guy? He was, and the receivers coach at the time said, oh yeah, he's the best receiver. On a team with Olave and Garrett Wilson, he knew at the time that Smith-Njigba was the guy. It's great to see him getting the opportunity. They got a lot of trash out of there in Seattle, including Shane Waldron. It's fun to see JSN thrive. He's playing amazing football right now.
I bet him for offensive player. I'm mad that I didn't bet him for receiving leader. Because that's what I'm worried about. I'm scared. Okay, he has a great year, but he's not the offensive player because he just decided to give it to Bijan or Jonathan Taylor. That's my biggest concern.
In that game, 48-45, Buckeyes beat Utah in the Rose Bowl. Stroud had 573 yards passing. Smith-Njigba, 15 catches for 347 and 3 touchdowns.
Oh, my God. Ridiculous. He's been awesome, man. Darnold's been great. 116 yards per game through 6 games. 116, that's the most in the NFL. Ahead of Puka, who's at 102.7. So, Paul loves him. He's ahead of everybody on that one. Big JSN guy.
Did I bet it for OPOY receiving leader? No. I think I looked in like week 2, and he was already single digits or like 10 or 12 or something for receiving leader. Yeah, because he got fed from the start. So by that point, I was like, well, I'll cheer for Joe, I guess.
I don't know why I didn't bet the receiving leader. It was 35, I think, compared to the 50, so I took the 50. Dumb. We'll see. Hopefully he stays in the mix. Been great so far. Any other awards we need to talk about? Anything else change? I'm sure Vrabel's your favorite for coach.
Yeah, Vrabel's got to be. I haven't looked at the coach odds, but he's got to be. Steichen, Vrabel, Cohen is your order right now.
You guys both mentioned Tomlin and Peyton last week. Anything there? Anything worth updating?
Tomlin got shorter.
Yeah, Peyton's going to win it.
They both won. Got shorter on both. Here come the Ben Johnson bets after last night. Joe O, Sammy P, Will Brinson on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe SMP with you on a Tuesday morning. Our buddy Will Brinson drops by every Tuesday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Happy to have him. CBSSports.com. Follow him on social media by his name at Will Brinson. Will, did you go to South Bend this weekend?
No. I went back in 2017 when NC State had a much better team. It's an awesome experience. Like, Notre Dame fans are really nice. They're like, yeah, great to have you. Glad you're here. We're going to pummel you with like 7 touchdowns. They had, the team we had a really good team that year, but they had Quentin Nelson and Mike McGlinchey on the offensive line, and they just ran through us. But it was cool, drinking illegally spiked coffee while Jesus stares at you.
I was just thinking during the break, the three of us need Vegas again, ASAP. We need it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's been a while. Been way too long.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who else needs Vegas. This is a nice little segue for you. The Kansas City Chiefs need Vegas. They need Vegas coming to town because they, I think that line gets to 14, by the way.
Would you lay it?
I would lay it now at the 11.5 because, it's already up to 12 in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
I think you saw the Chiefs, so they get to 3-3. They beat the Lions on Sunday night. I know I said I think I loved the Lions early last week. I eventually came back around and took the Chiefs in circa million just because it was insane leverage because most people were on the Lions. That worked out. And Kansas City's defense is playing really well. They get Rashee Rice back. And Mahomes, you saw in that interview after the game, they're not like, oh, we're happy to be 3-3. Chris Collinsworth referenced how a lot of people in the Chiefs organization say they feel better about their team 6 weeks in this year than they did last year when they were winning every game, by the skin of their teeth. This team to me looks like a possible just truck stick situation against the Raiders because the Raiders beat up Tennessee. Tennessee's a terrible team. They get the coach fired. Now you go to Kansas City, and Kansas City, after this slow start, they really don't have any bad losses. Suddenly you look at them and you're like, all right, you're one game back in the division. You are getting your best receiver back. You've had these other guys kind of step up and fill in, like a Tyquan Thornton, Juju Smith-Schuster. Just guys that you just shouldn't be on a championship caliber starting roster. And I just think they're primed to lay the absolute wood on the Raiders.
Let's talk about the best in the NFL. Because I think that's a decent transition where we are with the Chiefs because they are right there. As far as Super Bowl odds, at most books, they're either co-favorites with the Bills or they're just a hair behind them. So the Bills go into the bye after a bad loss last night on the road. Bills are still, let's call them the favorite, and then the Chiefs right there as the second favorite. And then you look at the rest of the top 5. Okay, Packers won, fine. They kind of walk through a game after a bye week, unimpressive against the Bengals, even though they won comfortably, if that makes any sense. The Lions lose, questions about the defense after the performance against the Chiefs, and then the Eagles are still in the top 5, even though they look awful right now. Which teams are borderline great besides the Chiefs?
Well, all right. So we were having this conversation last night on a text thread with myself, our pal Nick Costos, Pete Prisco, Jamie Eisenberg. It's like, who's good? I don't know. The Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes is rightfully, even though I think Baker Mayfield would be the MVP if we voted today, Patrick Mahomes is rightfully the favorite to win MVP now because the Chiefs are starting to trend in the right direction. Mahomes is starting to play at an extremely high level. And, it feels like their offense might take off with Rashee Rice back. As for, who's good? I still think the Rams are a good football team. I know they lost to a completely depleted Niners team, however long ago. And they didn't, blow out the Ravens, but they didn't really need to. That's kind of their style. I think the Colts are good. I don't know. In a year where there's not a ton of elite teams, there isn't a single team in the NFL right now that you could say, for whether it's survivor purposes or just money line to bet your life on. I don't know there's a team in the NFL that you would, if you put them up against a good opponent that you would feel entirely confident they're going to go out and win, maybe the Chiefs. I think Tampa's a really good team, but they're so depleted by injury on both sides of the ball. Tez Johnson is going to be their wide receiver one maybe this week. I mean, that's a tough spot going into Detroit. The Eagles, the metrics don't back them up as a great team. I think there's just not a lot of great teams out there. I think it's a really condensed portion of the NFL that just doesn't have that upper crust like we've seen in recent years, where you knew like about 6 weeks into the season. Now, you didn't know who was going to be in the conference championship game, but you had a really good idea of the 4 to 6 teams that were going to be there at the end. And, as good as Buffalo has been, I mean, they lost 2 straight. And, to teams in the Falcons and the Patriots that I think the Patriots are a good team, by the way. And, I mean, I would alt their overs, team total overs this week. You got a dead cat bounce.
Oh, yeah.
Game.
Vrabel. Yeah.
You got a dead cat bounce
easy
game for the
too.
Titans. Yeah. But I mean, like, Mike Vrabel would love to put 50 on the Titans. Now, I don't think he'll do it at the risk of like injuring his guys if the Titans just score 3 points. But I don't think he's going to stop scoring until it's way, way, way out of hand.
Yeah, I had a buddy who was telling me for weeks, Vrabel is going to light them up. And I think he said, stomp a hole in their head, Joe, was the quote that we talked about yesterday. But then I texted him as the news was coming out about Callahan, and he's like, abort mission. I don't know why he said that, but he feels like with Callahan out of the way, it's not as personal. I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
No, I still think it's very personal with ownership. Like, I think that's the key there. It's personal with ownership for Vrabel. It's not like Brian Callahan orchestrated some, like outside job to take out Mike Vrabel, right? I mean, Brian Callahan just came in and got handed the gig and was just way in over his head. Now, I think if you had an Antonio Pierce or like some sort of hype man type interim coach, I would be a little worried about laying the 7 with the Patriots. I think they're going with Mike McCoy, who is not a hype guy. He's been a head coach with the Chargers, pretty underwhelming. Has done some good work with quarterbacks in the past. I think it'll be an improvement from the game day management perspective for the Titans. I'm just not sure they can do a whole lot against this Patriots team that's great against the run. The Titans' offensive line has been really bad. Brian Callahan leaving the team was no brainer because they fired his son, but I don't think him leaving is going to help the offensive line. The Patriots should get after Cam Ward, just create some turnovers, and I don't think the Titans will slow down the Patriots at all. This Vrabel is going to want to hang 50 on this Titans team, and if he can do it, he will without compromising the safety of the players.
And I think those players are going to be motivated to do it for him. They're going to rally.
By the way, this is like now. It's not back to back, but so Drake made a revenge game against the Panthers.
Yeah.
No, I just mean revenge games. Like Drake May against the Panthers. He pulled out the Cam Newton celebration because he stopped being a Panthers fan when they cut Cam Newton. Then you get the Stephon Diggs revenge game. No real revenge against the Saints. But now you get the Mike Vrabel revenge game. I think Stephon Diggs, in the same way that Vrabel knew that Diggs wanted revenge against the Bills, I think that Diggs knows that Vrabel wants revenge against the Titans, and he will help him get that.
Yep, for sure. With Will Brinson, CBS Sports, right here on SWEATS, BetMGM Network. All right, Sunday Night Football. Atlanta, San Francisco. Atlanta looked good last night at home. They surprise, but the number was dropping down. It was down to 3.5 at some spots. They still win, pull off the upset over the Bills. Short week for them. Now they go to San Francisco. But now the Niners don't have Fred Warner. Now they lose this guy after losing Bosa and all the players on offense. Niners are laying 3. We don't know the quarterback, but they're still laying 3. What do you think?
Yeah, I would be inclined to back San Francisco here. I don't think you need to rush to the window and do it. You see the juice favoring the Falcons. They're probably going to take I would think the public would generally react to what they saw last week and to the injury news on San Francisco and lean towards the Falcons. The problem here is, by the way, bye week teams last week 4-0 straight up, 3-1 against the spread. Just worth noting as we move forward, and there's always injuries in the NFL, but it feels like a lot of key injuries, particularly like defensive guys this season. Atlanta's just kind of been a different team away from home, and we do have a situation. I mean, I don't think it's a Kyle Shanahan per se, but like Kyle Shanahan has done an incredible job scheming up his team in spots where they might not have been in the best position to win. So I will take Kyle Shanahan. It sounds like George Kittle's supposed to practice. George Kittle matters a lot to that offense. Like, he's a guy who is, not the best blocker, but he's the best blocking pass catcher. And when they do that play action stuff, he's able to fake like he's blocking, roll out. I mean, it's just part of that Kyle Shanahan scheme. He's kind of the fulcrum of that offense, in my opinion. So if you get Kittle back, I think that's a big deal. The Fred Warner thing is massive, of course. But I would be inclined to lay the 3. The total is kind of interesting. That's pretty high. I think that speaks to the Warner stuff, and maybe they're expecting Penix to keep playing well. He just hasn't been the same quarterback away from home, and that worries me a little.
We do this segment every Friday called Where's the Room? And we basically showcase who the public is on, college and pro. Paul is banging the table for Monday night. He knows it. I think I agree with him. The public's going to pound Tampa at Detroit, catching 5.5, right?
Probably, yeah. Which is crazy because the Lions are like such a popular public team. But I was talking about guys that we do the Circa Millions with, 4-1 last week, no big deal. And the Lions, like Baker, we didn't want to back the Bucs just laying 3 because it feels like the spots you want to take Baker in are catching more than like if you're backing Baker catching more than a field goal, you just feel really good about him finding a way to get down the field and have a look to win late or to cut it to 3. So. Yeah, I think the public will want to back Baker. The issue is who's he throwing to? Because if Emeka Ibuka is out with a hamstring injury, and we don't know his status for this game yet. I mean, if Mike Evans is out and Chris Godwin's out, we don't know their statuses either. Like, I mean, who is he? He's throwing to Tez Johnson. And as banged up as the Lions secondary is, I mean, you see the total 52.5. People expect, Vegas expects the Buccaneers to score and expects the Lions to score. I think it's a shootout. And I mean, gun to head right now, if it's a shootout, if it's going to be that of a high scoring of a game, and you think that both teams are pretty vulnerable to the pass, if you give me Baker back any of his weapons, I'm probably, eyeing the Bucs as well. But this is a game where the Lions could get a lead and really just force Baker to be one-dimensional. I think that's pretty problematic for the Buccaneers.
Role reversal, if I can speak. We liked Carolina at home, getting points against Dallas. They pull off the upset.
Yep.
Now you go on the road, and now you're laying points at the Jets. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, look, if you look at the Panthers, this is one of the toughest games of the week because I think the Panthers will be, I thought they were going to be the trendy dog, right? But if you look at the Panthers schedule, I don't want to call this a must-win game. It kind of is. They're at the Jets. Then they get the Bills off a bye at home in week 8, at the Packers in week 9, and then 2 divisional games, Saints and Falcons. Falcons on the road, which is a tough spot, and they already beat them once, before they get the Niners and the Rams. So, like, you kind of have to go win this game if you want to be in that NFC South and NFC wild card mix at all. And at 3-3, they're just in the mix, even if we don't think they're necessarily that good a team. But they're top 10 in yards per play over the last 3 games on offense. And defensively, I saw the stat from Joe Person of The Athletic. They are, I'm just bringing it up so I make sure I get it right. The 50 rushing yards are the second fewest allowed in a 2-game stretch in the Panthers' 31-year history, trailing only the 45 they gave up to Washington and Dallas during the 2015 season. So you have Derek Brown playing awesome football in the interior. They're getting a little healthier on defense. They're stopping the run. And now they get a team that had negative 10 passing yards last week and is likely without their best receiver in Garrett Wilson. So it's like, if J.C. Horn can lock down Josh Reynolds, You just spy Justin Fields. How are the Jets scoring against the Panthers, and the Jets defense is awful? So I think the line movement is correct. I wouldn't want to lay 3 with the Panthers, but I'd probably be inclined to back the Panthers as a short favorite, even though it goes against everything, you should possibly want to do as an NFL bettor, which is take a crummy Panthers team with Bryce Young, who hadn't played that well, on the road laying points.
9 sacks, 9 completions for Justin Fields. I think that's pretty bad.
I mean, man, they stink on offense.
Yeah, awful. Well, Brinson, thank you so much, man. We'll talk next Tuesday, all right?
All right, guys. See you next week.
First look at Survivor for the upcoming week and Penn State's next head coach. We've got the odds. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
The odds for the next Penn State head coach, very interesting. We're going to go over those. The lines have already been moving on that. The odds are posted. We got a new favorite in less than 24 hours, so we're going to go all over that. Interesting convo. We got lightning bets coming up in about 20 minutes. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, you've got Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. It's Tuesday, so we want to take an early look at Survivor for everyone still alive. And if you were alive heading into this past week, you're probably still looking good. Because I'm looking at Circa Survivor, Sam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The top 6 picks, all safe. Packers, Steelers, Raiders, Rams, Colts, Broncos, all winners. And then you get the Eagles, 89 out because of the Eagles. 70 took the Commanders last night to take out the Bears at home. I don't get that, man. Like, there were so many other games, higher point spreads. Why would you pick a game when you don't have McLaurin, you don't have Noah Brown, going against a team coming off the bye? It doesn't make much sense to me, but wasn't like it was a high percentage. For the most part, most people end up getting through. Like last week.
Well,
yeah,
that'll happen when all the favorites win for the most part. Until Monday night, of course. Thursday night, dog. Monday night, dog. Sunday, all favorites.
And a few people took the Bills, but yeah. You know, we've been doing this so long. We know it. Like, we got to the show end of yesterday, and we're like, okay, everybody's doing Commanders props. The Bears are probably going to win. As a 5.5 point dog, the Bears are probably going to win. Oh, wait, yesterday it was all favorites winning. So what does that mean? We're probably going to get at least one dog to win tonight. And we got both dogs to win last night. So very interesting as far as that goes. So last week was about Packers. If you had the Packers, you're probably going to use them in Survivor, and a lot of people did. They were the most owned team. This week, we're probably having that same conversation about the Chiefs. If you have the Chiefs, you're going to use them, even though it's a divisional matchup against the Raiders. Let's call it 12 because that's what it is at BetMGM, but we've seen books go to 13. Are you with Will Brinson? Is this thing getting to 14?
I don't know about 14, but it's definitely going to move up. That 13 is pinnacle right now. That's the highest in the market. BetMGM has 12. I see a couple 12 and a halves. So we're definitely on the way. Look ahead number here was 10 and a half. So I don't know that it gets to 14. And if it does, of course, you will get wise guys that bet 14 because they bet numbers, not teams. I don't know that it gets that high. Maybe 13. I guess that's my guess. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it got to 14. I just know that there would be people that would be looking to take the 14. That's all.
Personally, I've used some Kansas City. I have spots where I've not used Kansas City. I'll be using some Chiefs. Rashee Rice, first game back. And I will be using New England. 7-point favorite at Tennessee. There are 2 point spreads that are a touchdown right now. I like one. I can't say I love the other. The one I like, New England. The one I don't like, just because they're coming back from London, it's the Denver Broncos. I understand if you want to go down that road. I don't have them anyways, but if I did, I probably wouldn't love Denver. Just coming back from London, and now you're going against the rookie quarterback. You got the dart scatavoo stuff going on. I don't know. I would much rather have New England than Denver. How about you?
If you don't overthink it, it's Vrabel going back to Tennessee and just whooping their ass.
They're winning.
The move.
Right? They're just winning. That's all you need them to do. A number of other larger point spreads that I don't like. Now, Green Bay's going to Arizona, 6.5. I don't like the way the Packers have looked for a month now. So I don't really like that. And then you get Brissett, who actually looks better than Kyler Murray. So I'd rather not take them on the road at 6.5. Sam, Thursday night football. Do I want to take Pittsburgh? No. We keep seeing what's happening with Thursday night football. You have these crazy upsets. Monday night football. Do you want to take Detroit against Baker? No. I'll pick another spot for Detroit. And then here's the one that's just dangling. The Bears are a 5.5-point favorite. They're a 5.5-point dog last night. Right now, they're a 5.5-point favorite, hosting the New Orleans Saints. No chance. What do you think?
No chance? None?
I'm not taking them. How many times have we lived this? The Bears go on the road, have a big surprise. Now they come home. They're a heavy favorite, and what happens? I'm not taking them.
I don't think they're going to lose, though.
Okay. It's going to be a field goal game. It's going to come down to
You have a Bears hoodie on, and you're saying they're not going to beat the Saints?
To make you mad. Yes. Yes, I could absolutely see the Bears losing this game. Paul, am I wrong?
Spencer Rattler rolling into Chicago with his braces?
Multiple things. Joe, you're dead right. I said this yesterday. And
Yeah,
two, Sam, self-admittedly terrible at Survivor. He's like, nah, the Bears aren't losing this game. Just a couple things to put out there.
Spencer Rattler also doesn't have braces. I don't know where I came up with that. But he looks like he'd have braces, doesn't he?
Did he in college or something? Like that's in your brain somewhere. He may have. He looks like he would have braces, actually.
I just Googled Spencer Rattler braces and I'm getting nothing. Nothing.
What did you
Anyways,
Rattler,
beside the point.
Get his orthodontist on the phone.
Fake.
Wait,
fake.
wait.
Paul doesn't like orthodontists either.
No, those are not braces. No. But he looks like he'd have braces. He does. Anyways. I mean, if you don't overthink it, it's Patriots. That would be the move.
Yep, I agree. Patriots and KC, if you haven't used them. But KC's so good, there's a number of spots that you can use them. But yeah, before going too in-depth, first look, KC, New England, no doubt about it. All right, let's get to Penn State. Sam, I know you have the odds in front of you. Penn State's next head coach. I think it's an interesting conversation with all of the names that are listed. There are even some names that we talked about yesterday that are not listed on this offshore site. What you got?
Pat Fitz is not on the list, unfortunately, so we can't bet Pat Fitz to be the coach. Maybe I'll call Mason and say, hey, I want to make a bet. So this is Dave Mason's book, Offshore. Yesterday, the favorite was Matt Rule. The second favorite was Bill O'Brien. And the third favorite was Curt Cignetti. That was yesterday around lunchtime. Current market, Joe Brady is now favored, plus 150. He was 10-1 or 12-1 when the market opened. So Brady has definitely taken some money. There's a lot of connections there between the owner of the Bills. He's a big booster of Penn State. Maybe that's an easy landing spot. But Brady now plus 150 to be the next head coach at Penn State. Matt Rule, still right there, 2-1. Fran Brown, Paul's guy, 5-1. Cignetti, 6. Bill O'Brien down to 12. Lane Kiffin, 12. Matt Campbell, 12. The fallers in the market, they had Urban Meyer, 10-1. He's not coaching again. Urban Meyer has a cushy TV job. He's made his money. He's won his titles. Ain't happening. They moved Urban Meyer from 10 to 33. And they also moved John Gruden from about 15 to 25. They keep throwing these names out there like Urban Meyer, John Gruden, Nick Saban. Don't think it's happening, Joe.
No, yeah, it's the same old names. I chuckle when I see Ed Orgeron at 50-1. Like they'll throw out a lot of the retreads out there. I mean, I would, for an entertainment standpoint, I would love to see that. Yeah, Brian Kelly. Now let's leave LSU and let's go to Penn State. That would be a good one too. He's way down the board at 60-1. All right, what do you think of Brady? So, I threw out the idea of Hartline just as a young guy. I heard Clapp mention it. I thought it was interesting that if I were Penn State, if I were a Penn State fan, I would want to try and find my guy that I think is going to be like, maybe not the forever guy, but a guy that's going to be there a long time, give some stability to the program, bring some new blood, some life into the program. And I was thinking maybe that guy would do it. Joe Brady's 36 years old, and he bounced around early on in the NFL. Like he was first viewed as the next guy, an offensive genius. Then he went through his troubles, and then he landed in Buffalo. Then he ends up taking that job over when they fired Dorsey as the OC. and he's been phenomenal there. I don't remember hearing his name much as far as NFL head coach. Maybe this is something that Brady would prefer. The next step for him would be college head coach instead of NFL head coach.
Yeah, I don't know what his goals are. Obviously, I don't know Joe Brady. He's 36 years old. This seems like a really good job, though, for a guy like that.
Yeah.
And it sort of fits the mold. He's a likable guy. He's young. I think players relate to him. Offensive guys certainly want to play for him. He also did spend a couple years at Penn State as a grad assistant, but the connection there is between Pagula and Brady. Like that, I think, is what's driving this move. And clearly they took bets. I mean, to have him at 10 or 12 to 1 and now 24 hours later have Brady plus 150. Clearly you got enough to realize, oh, Brady's going to get bet. There's a lot of things that sort of mesh together. I think it'd be a great hire, no doubt. Cignetti, I would never, we talked about this yesterday, I would never bet Cignetti at 6 to 1. I also,
Nope.
Paul, you were kind of covering this story, right? Was this when O'Brien went to Houston? So Bill O'Brien was the head coach at Penn State, and then he left to go to Houston. He's 12 to 1. Why would you bet Bill O'Brien to go back to Penn State? I don't get it.
That makes no sense, especially so. Again, it depends on who you listen to. When he left, a local reporter or area reporter, I forget his name's escaping me right now, but he basically aired dirty laundry from, again, it seemed like it was supposed to be an off-the-record conversation with Bill O'Brien where he was just venting about the Paterno people at Penn State and like all the crap he had to deal with. And so this dude wrote an article about it and published it. And I know O'Brien, from talking to people, was heated about the fact that this dude aired all that and it was supposed to be off the record. I don't know. Maybe the guy felt like O'Brien's leaving town. Who cares? Or now it makes sense there. I don't know who was in the right, who was in the wrong. Regardless, that doesn't matter. It's all out there. And whether or not the Paternos are still involved with Penn State, or I don't know. I know they were trying to keep themselves involved for the longest time. And that whole story is whole nother silo. But as it just pertains to Bill O'Brien, it doesn't make sense. Like, he left them for a pro job. He, at least publicly, there was enough animosity there that came out in the dirty laundry that none of it makes sense for him. I would never even consider betting that. I don't know why he would want to go back, especially after dealing with all that crap. So yeah, none of that lines up for me with Bill O'Brien.
Yeah. Plus, you have options. Why would you go down that road if you don't have to? But as you were talking about that, I was just thinking, I don't know that that's a bad thing. Wouldn't it be a good PR move if you're Penn State to align yourself with someone who is sick of the Paterno crap?
Isn't it any association is bad? Like, it's been 10 years. Like, and again, I just anything putting that name next to the university again, and it always will be.
And he's not a number one. He's not like a top guy you want anyways, right?
No,
like, there are
like
a lot of other exciting names.
Yeah, and if you can't succeed, I don't know. At BC, I guess there's two, like, you're not really able to recruit at BC to keep up with the big boys. But, like, did he have that much success at Penn State? He was fine. Like,
no.
If you're firing James Franklin because he can't win a national title, I don't know that Bill O'Brien's winning a national title.
Correct.
I think that's perfectly said. Perfectly said. My guy Chesney is still 66 to 1, by the way, at this book. I, again, don't think it's going to happen, but that's the next guy. My prediction, like, wherever he goes, he's going to hit. I'm not saying it's going to be Penn State, but that's going to be the next coach that leaves a mid-major. He's at James Madison. I think he's going to be a great hire whenever it happens, wherever it happens. Mason also has this up, Joe. Odds on where James Franklin will coach next.
Saw that.
Arkansas favored 3 to 1. Vanderbilt, who says you can't go home? 4 to 1.
Come on, get out of here. No chance.
Vanderbilt 4 to 1. Virginia Tech 450. Nebraska 5. UCLA 7. Florida 9. Imagine if Rule goes to Penn State and Franklin goes to Nebraska.
Hey, what about North Carolina 20? North Carolina at 20. You know what this reminded me of is, I know we're only talking about Penn State, and most people are. Woo, this hiring cycle is going to be interesting. There's a lot of jobs open right now. So how many jobs are going to be open once we get to the end of the year? Arkansas, Vandy, Va Tech, UCLA, Florida. Oh, man, there are a lot of spots. Okie State. Good jobs out there.
The ones that jumped with Franklin in particular was like Va Tech, but is that too much of a step down for him? Is UCLA really going to hire the guy they put in a coffin and vice versa? Okie State? Maybe it's too far of a step down.
Dude, Wisconsin is so pissed up there.
They might give him the bag. They might. Come on in.
Yeah. I don't think that's a bad job for him either. You go to the other mega conference. Interesting. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets next. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Okay, Jake, you want to do 3, 2, 1? Because I have a name too, and I think we have the same name. You ready?
All right, let's do it. Yep.
3, 2, 1. Randy.
Polanco.
Naylor.
Oh.
You guys all went different, you idiot. I was hoping you were going to help me because they're all about the same number. They're all 35 to 40 to 1. And
Ken Griffey.
You all went somewhere different. It was a game on the fly, 3, 2, 1 we just made up, and it didn't help anybody. As far as, yes, players on Seattle, that could be World Series MVP. Very funny. So we don't know where we're going. Maybe we'll pick one of those players during our lightning bets coming up in a few moments. Joe O, Sammy P. And people don't know this, but believe it or not, we actually talk during the breaks. Like when you guys are listening to commercials, waiting for us to come back. If you catch the live show, we talk about random stuff throughout the break. And there was a heated topic that it hit a couple of us today that we've all complained about in recent weeks that I'm sure a lot of our listeners and viewers, Sam, are dealing with on a daily basis like I am.
You get the spam calls. I don't get as many as you do.
Yeah.
But I get weird texts. And this one actually scared me for a second because I was in Illinois recently and rented a car. I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. It's a very official looking text. And if you just look at the text and not the number, you could be kind of shook by it. The Illinois Department of Motor Vehicles has finally notified us that penalties will take effect tomorrow, October 15th. You're like, oh, uh-oh. Our records show that as of today, you will have unpaid traffic fines. And then they give you 5 things. We will take the following 5 actions. Report this to the state's DMV database, suspend your vehicle registration, revoke your driving privileges, charge you a 35% service fee, or we'll sue you and that will affect your credit score. Pay here with a link. And I'm like, oh. And then I look at the top and it's a number that's plus 5493551. Like it's an international spam number, obviously. But if I was really dumb, I would fall for this. The fact that somebody could send you this is terrible. And Jake got the same text today. So, yeah, I'm responding right now. Things I can't say on the show. But this is scary, man.
It is. Like I've seen stuff on the news about like the worst thing to do is to answer these calls because then they get your voice. And then they can do pretty much anything with it. So I never answer, but it is nonstop, man. I just got one a little in our last segment. Potential spam. If you look under my recent calls, potential spam, potential spam, potential spam, potential spam. And the thing is that really annoys me is every single call, I'll take it, block and report junk. It does nothing because then another minute later, I'll get a call with one number different. It's so damn annoying. It's to the point where I have to have my phone on silence all day because I just don't want to deal with that and the notifications and the rings with some random ass number. A lot of it is local numbers, though, like the 312 numbers. That's one of the Chicago area codes, as you know. But yeah, it's every day, all the time. I block them all, and I still get calls constantly. Do you guys get as many phone calls, or is it more texts?
No, I went to some website a couple years ago and put my phone number in. It's like a spam blocker list.
So did I.
I don't get that. Maybe one a day, maybe. You get multiple per day, though, huh?
Multiple. Different numbers. Yeah.
That stinks.
It's annoying.
I went to the Illinois Tollway website, for those that are still wondering about the story. At the top of the Illinois Tollway website, beware, text message phishing scam claiming recipients owe money for tolls. These are not legitimate messages from the Illinois Tollway. So clearly, all over it, Illinois Tollway.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of complaints there, I'm sure. So, yeah, I'm sure people know other lists you can go on where it would pop up. It doesn't ring for those, but it's annoying when you see that you have missed calls and messages. And it's just annoying. God, because nobody calls anybody for the most part nowadays, except for spam. They call all day, every day. Don't answer those numbers. Lightning bets. Oh, well, you know what? We might as well do. Should we do Where's the Room, Paul? Because we do have a CS game tonight. I do see it.
Sure.
I have the info if you need it.
All right, yeah. What do you got?
All right. We don't even need the intro. I'll just
Where's the room?
Number 5, Jake Bowers over a half a hit, plus 110. 4, Yamamoto over strikeouts, over 6.5 of them, minus 135. Okay. Number 3, Yamamoto over pitcher outs, minus 145. Number 2, Ohtani homer at plus 250. Yippee. Number 1, Freddie Peralta over 14.5 pitcher outs at minus 154. Thank you, Mid-Major Matt. So we've got Peralta outs. We've got Yamamoto outs. Yamamoto Ks, all at ridiculous juice numbers. Did we learn anything? It's not the only reason I want to mention did we learn anything like last night with the Commanders? Like we wanted to stay away, but it seems to be pretty split. You got a few Dodgers. You've got a couple of Brewers, but they're in on the pitchers, which makes me wonder, do we bet the over? Last night, you only get 3 runs. People are probably going to look at the under. Is there going to be scoring tonight?
I could do the over for sure. I was thinking, honestly, for lightning bets, I don't love a ton today, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you any hockey bets or preseason NBA bets, although Jeff Sherman did text me last night to bet the Lakers -2. And I didn't do it, and now it's 7.5. So, good job by me. Follow up on that tip. Moved 5 points. Did nothing with it. Yay. I was thinking it would be interesting after we talked about which Dodger is going to win the World Series MVP. Like, of course, the Dodgers will lose tonight. You know, like we're already moving them to the World Series and picking the guys to win the MVP. I was thinking about going Brewers just because it would be funny, but I could be convinced to do the over, too. Guide me, Joe. Guide me. I need your guidance.
Freddie. Brewers? Let's go over.
I could do Brewers.
I think the over. The Brewers could have easily won last night. I know we're running with it. Like, look at the Dodgers, odds-on favorite. Look at 1-0 series. It's over. It's so stupid. It's really dumb when you think about it. Yeah.
I just want to do a show bet. I just want to make bets with my friends. What are we betting?
I'm doing over.
Okay. Over 7.5.
Over 7.5. I wish we got the 7. Some of the sharper books have a juice 7 if you want that. But over 7.5. I think it's a good play.
Okay. Done.
We'll get some runs. That's my lightning bet. Is that what you're going to do for Beat the Books? Let's ruin it.
Yep. I'm going to ship it. I'm going to ship it like I love it. And they'll never know the difference.
Good. I don't have any hockey bets either.
Oh,
Paul,
too bad.
Paul, do you have anything?
Jake's got 8 baseball bets. Don't worry, he'll fill.
I can't wait.
I'm gonna follow up on our 3-2-1. I'm gonna put in Josh Naylor at 40. He's a tough out. He's obviously gotten hot recently from the end of the Tigers series into this season. He's got the pop. He's got the power. He can go oppo. He's in the RBI spot. So and he's just kind of looks like a dude you'd see on a Harley. Just a dude. And he's just like he's not messing around. But no, if the Mariners make a run, I've got Dodgers hooked with too many things. Got Teoscar, so I'll grab Naylor at a 40.
I'm Sam Panayonovich. Help you beat the books on the BetMGM network. Naylor, World Series MVP. He looks like a guy that rides a Harley. 40-1.
Vroom, vroom.
Maybe I'll
He's
do
got
it.
a deep. He goes full deep V. He's like, you don't want that. He kind of looks like Hato. He kind of has the Hato thing going on from Rookie of the Year. You don't want that dude up with the game on the line if you're facing. You don't want to face that dude with the game on the line.
I love Paulie narratives. Paulie narratives kills me every time.
Parlay Paul's my favorite Paul, to be honest with you.
Dude,
Josh Naylor, earring guy too, as Paul Aspen famously was at one time too. So,
I heard there's a show that does a segment with something named Parlay Pete on the network. Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Is that the pirate?
Yeah. He's a pirate. I don't know what kind of pirate. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. Jake Hassan, I heard you have 10 bets for tonight on this one game. What do you have?
I don't know about 10. 10 scam texts more like, but I'll go in on the over too. Peralta's been just okay this postseason, and Yamamoto's seen the Brewers once and they smoked him. So I'm in on that show bet for sure. It's dumb, but I'll be with the room on the Ohtani home run. I'm going to pair it with Kike Hernandez to get a hit at minus 110 though, get at least better odds, plus 450. They both have good history against Peralta. And I'll throw an Andrew Vaughn home run in there too. He has one against Yamamoto in the one plate appearance he has against him. But it's one game. There's nothing else going on. What else am I going to do? So screw it. That's it.
So because there was things going on last night, I didn't see this until I saw it this morning. There was a 400-foot double play.
Oh, yeah. It was wild.
Dude robbed
Which
a home
game?
run and then somehow didn't tag up
And the Brewers Dodgers game.
Dodgers.
He never tagged
Jake.
up. So they
Well, he
appealed.
did.
to
What,
it.
tagged up late? Jake, take it.
What happened? Muncy hit a fly ball to center field. Frelick, the Brewer center fielder, goes up to rob it, but it pops out of his glove, hits off the top of the wall. So it's technically a live ball then. It's not a catch. So the umpires rule it. So he fires it home, hits the relay. Relay goes home for the force out, and nobody tagged from second. Will Smith was standing on second, never tagged because nobody knew if it was a catch or not. And then William Contreras steps on third. It's double play, ends the inning. It was wild.
Oh, force out.
Wow. Yeah, it was technically ruled a fielder's choice force out double play. 8-6-2 double play.
Wow.
I'm more confused than I was before the explanation.
Well,
he did his best. Good attempt, Jake. We appreciate it.
It's also on MLB.com. They do a whole thing if you want to go see it.
Thank you. Power Rankings Wednesday. Tomorrow, join us 9 a.m. Eastern, BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Appreciate you waking up with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final 60 minutes.